Hello, I am Gregory, the Poor Typist, and welcome to another edition of Typewriter Club Live. Today, our typing prompt is write a thank you note to your typewriter collection. So hopefully you had fun with that. And as always, I'll remind you that TypePals is and always will be free. So if you enjoy writing letters or postcards with your typewriters, please join us at typepals.com. All right, let me let some people in. Yeah, and I actually did mine. Yay! I haven't done mine in a while, quite a while actually. Yeah, so I'm excited about that. It must be the time change. Speaking of which, if you're thinking we're starting late, it's because we had our time change. So yeah. Hey, Ted, how are you?
People are Fruit Loops. Time doesn't move backwards.
Well, actually, I believe, and I could be wrong, but I believe starting next year, they're going to stop doing that.
Well, I sure hope so, because
I know, huh?
you're risking like a solar system ending explosion every time you do that. Reversing entropy is no joke.
Yeah, exactly. I see something very interesting on your desk there.
Oh, you like my new stamps box?
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah, I found this Suze Orman's protection portfolio suitcase at a thrift store, and I guess it's supposed to have some sort of like financial planning stuff in it, but I turned it into a stamp box.
Yeah.
It's got this cool little hatch.
Oh, cool.
You can keep all your inks.
Wow.
In separated trays.
Very nice. That looks like one of those bags that you're supposed to take the large sums of money in.
Yeah, I think it's designed to look like a Halliburton case.
Yeah.
Like one of those security cases, but
yeah.
It's all plastic.
Okay.
It's tough
okay.
though.
Nice. Yeah, I was
mock up like a Halliburton case.
Yeah. I was excited to see on your blog that you got your new rubber stamps.
Yeah, I got those. Got these are all here. Got my big one. So
nice.
Guy and all the little ones, all my address and everything.
Wow.
And then I mounted one in one of these self-inking things.
Oh yeah. Very cool.
Work for that. Then I've got other stamps that I bought before.
Yeah.
My embossing pad. And then I've got this Typepals one.
Nice.
Copyright infringement.
Well, I just stole the graphic off the magnet, made it all black and white.
Oh, there you go.
And I got one for Joe.
Nice. I love that one. That is awesome.
So he'll be able to make mail with that.
Yeah.
When I send it to him.
Did you make your wood blocks?
Yes, I did. They're all like from an IKEA shelf. It's all
nice.
And just anything with a smooth surface will do. It'll have kind of it's not like a glue back on them, but it's kind of sticky. So if you just stick it on a smooth surface, it'll stay there.
Ah.
I have the vinyl blocks.
Yeah, I was Gregory mentioned in my blog post something called a Misty. I think it's called a Misty. It's like a stamp press with a clear cover on it.
Yes.
And so you can like put all your stamps, the rubber parts on the back side of the clear panel. It's got lines on it for like putting things in position, and then you can just stamp the same thing in the same place on various pieces of paper.
Yeah.
Kind of like a little printing press, which is very nice. So I'm looking for one of those.
I'm all about space saving, so I have, I think, 6 acrylic blocks, and then I have sheets of stamps. I just put on what I want to use, take it back off. Put on
Well, I could do that. I mean, I could buy a whole nother sheet for another, $15 of all my stamps and just have it for have one on blocks and one on press thing. If I get it. Apparently, there's two different kinds of those press things. I don't know if his name is Tim Horton or something for scrapbook.com has his own brand of that press thing.
Yeah.
So there's two different kinds at least that I know of.
Yeah.
And keeping my eyes out.
The Misty has the whole pink theme going.
They have a black one too. And the new one's kind of red.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. What was that, me?
Oh, I'm sorry. My audio was really bad last night, so I didn't know if you can hear me, but I used a clear quilting acrylic ruler. And so like you're saying, just put all the stamps, arrange them how you like, and then you can just press them, like you said, over and over, like your own printing press. And that's how I made these, over and over the same design with a large acrylic block.
And that's your new letterhead?
Well, I'm experimenting. So yeah, kind of like it. Fun.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Another one of our lovely tangents.
I know, right? Making our own stationery.
Stationery.
Airy, not airy.
Airy. I'm trying to get you to spell that right.
I know. I didn't know that. My whole life I've been doing it wrong. Like what?
Well, it's only wrong if you don't move. If you it's right if you don't move your stationery. You can put it in one place and leave it there, and then it's stationary.
Where did you get that dress? That is awesome.
Oh, thank you. I wore it last week, but since we weren't live, I had to wear it again to show it off to our fans. It came from Redbubble, the print on demand website where I get Ted's t-shirts and other accoutrements.
That is cool.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
40 or 50 bucks. It's polyester, so it's not cotton, which makes it kind of flow better. But yeah, I love it. It's so cute. I was just looking up, doing a search for typewriter things, and this came up and had to have it.
At Redbubble?
What?
Redbubble?
Yes, redbubble.com.
All right.
And just search typewriter dress, or I just searched typewriter and looked at everything typewriter. There's a lot of artists printing typewriter-y things onto t-shirts and whatnot. So it's fun.
All right.
Excellent.
It makes a good Halloween costume last week.
Excellent. Yeah. So Ted, what have you been up to?
About 5'11".
About 5'11". You have about 5 on me, so
Actually, it's probably 5'10" because I'm shrinking.
yeah. I better not shrink because I'm 5'6", so
5'6".
So I guess you are Gregory Short.
yes, I fit my name.
You seem taller, larger than life, through Typewriter Club.
I know. Who was it that I met in person? And they commented. I think it was Care, because I've only met a few people from the typewriter community in person. I think it may have been Kara, and I think she said that she thought I would be bigger in person.
Fun-sized.
Yeah. You have your Hermes out.
Yeah.
Nice.
Gotta do that.
Is that the typer of the day, or one of the typers of the day?
Oh, for right now, yeah.
Okay.
This is I made. Let's see.
What typeface
So if I
does
do
it
right
have,
under,
Ted?
and you'll get this picture. It's sort of a picture, but you have to put white behind it or something.
Yes.
It's got that trimline phone that I sent to Susan
Ah.
on
And
it.
we're gonna have an unboxing.
Oh,
Did
nice.
you get it?
I got it. It arrived, I guess, last night. Kind
Oh
of
my.
late for whatever reason, because it was on my front porch this morning. So I haven't even opened the box.
Oh, so you're gonna have to have an unboxing.
We're gonna have an unboxing.
Yeah.
All right.
Awesome.
Excellent.
Oh, she's going to go get it. I guess she's next.
Excellent.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Oh, cool.
Look at that.
And it has the stamp, the big stamp on the front.
Yeah, I tried. It didn't because the box kind of caves in when you push a big stamp on it. It didn't like turn out in the middle. So I tried, but
So
was
we're
all
having
right.
an unboxing this morning. I'm so
oh,
excited.
there she goes. She's getting it open.
She's
Here
digging
I
right
go. I'm opening.
Waste no time. Awesome.
Oh yeah, I crammed a bunch of stuff in that box, so
Nice.
it's gonna take a while.
Oh, look at this. It's a little mouse pad.
From my
It
old
says
online
Secret
game.
Society Wars,
Mm-hmm.
a game in space. Stop it.
Very cool.
And then I have, this is, I think, a little letter.
A little letter.
Later.
Letter for later.
A letter
We
from
have
later.
some color slides
Oh yeah, pieces of other people's lives.
from November of 1977.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
I was about 5 years old.
Me too.
Oh, a CD.
Yep, an old CD that I'm on.
Oh, that's a
of your
good
own.
one. That's a good one.
A whole drawer full of those to get rid of.
A little tiki shot glass.
Yeah.
Cute.
Hey, look, Gregory knows those.
Yeah.
You're so creative, Ted, with your packages.
Well, he sends me like a whole bunch of them, so
Yeah.
I've been sending them out to other
And
people.
another tiki shot glass so I can drink with my husband. Very good.
Yep.
Awesome.
A roll of thermal paper.
Oh,
Ooh.
and that's the
I
white
can
one.
get you into the thermal typewriter club.
Okay, I actually, Carlos gifted me a thermal typewriter.
There you go.
Ooh.
Wow. Have you tried it?
I have not yet really tried it. I mean, I've tried it a little bit, but not a lot.
Now you have the paper, so there's no excuse.
Yeah.
Yep.
Then we have some little stickers.
Oh,
Yep.
cool. Nice.
Ted.
And I have all kinds of things for a tiki bar. Little, drink umbrellas.
I have some of those too.
A dragon.
Oh, cool.
All kinds of little drink mixing type things. More umbrellas.
Nice.
Whizzle sticks.
Ah, yeah.
Sticks. Yeah. A badge. The spirit
Oh.
badge. And in the
Nice.
back, it says, this badge belongs to. We have, let's see,
A Raver toy. Trust me, if you get a box from me, you're going to get all kinds of junk that's just laying around the house.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
some vintage Rexall wax nylon dental floss
Do not,
Oh, wow.
do not
Don't
recommend
use
using it.
in a little tube.
Could you use it for draw
But
bands?
I may use it to bind a journal, a handmade journal.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh.
You can do that.
Put the signatures in a handmade journal.
There you go.
Could you
Maybe.
floss your type bars with it? Maybe. Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, cool. I love those.
And we have here some mermaids.
Some mermaids. Inside of your glass.
Oh, to hang
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
4 or
glass.
5
Yeah, I
of
remember-
those.
I remember
And then
that.
here we have a palm tree.
Wow. So party at your house, right, Susan?
Yeah.
That's right.
typewriter Party. Mhm.
My husband's gonna be excited to come home from work tonight.
Have a drink all ready for him.
I know. With a mermaid on the side.
Get his pipe all packed.
Here's a 4-leaf clover, I think.
Wow.
That's a
Oh,
chrysanthemum,
wow, I
not
got-
chrysanthemum,
I hit
but
the jackpot with
Oh.
this.
bird of paradise.
Yeah.
So you know, I think I'm just gonna cut these down like that, so about one per. So you don't have to double dip with your long lettuce leaf. Yeah.
So I'm very excited
Yeah.
about this item here that I'm unwrapping that's also carefully packaged, first in bubble wrap and then in foam.
Yep, didn't want that to break.
No, I can't believe you had this in your garage.
I didn't either. It's been there for years, and I thought I'd lost it, and I just happened to dig far enough into the boxes to find it. So
I can't believe it. How would anyone just have this sitting in their garage and not in their office?
because they don't have a phone line.
Okay, so here we are, folks. The beautiful Hermes Green
Oh.
Trimline Rotary Telephone. Ooh,
Yeah.
Yay.
Super cool. Yeah.
it is amazing.
Yeah. It still works.
Yes.
I had one just like that, except tan.
And it's officially, it is Trimline. It says on the bottom, Trimline.
Mm-hmm.
Is that like the stapler? Or is that different?
Oh, it's a Bell Company brand,
Okay.
but
Oh, I'm thinking
That
of
one
the
is-
booking line.
I
It's
think that
from
was
Western Electric, it
Yeah.
says on the dial.
mhm.
And then right here, it says Trimline.
That I think is from the early 1980s. So it doesn't have an external power supply. It'll take its power off the phone line.
Uh-huh.
And so the earlier ones had a separate power supply that had to power the bulb in the dial.
It is so gorgeous. And
Right.
you know, I'm all about Hermes Green.
Yeah, I saw your
have
office and I thought
I
that
even
may
have
be in
something
there.
that nobody never revealed before. This is something that's from my office.
Oh, cool.
It's a Sears silver tone clock radio
Wow.
in Hermes
Cool.
Green. It has tubes. So it does take it a moment to, once you turn it on, it takes it a moment to actually come on, but it does work.
Wow.
So this is what started my, the typewriter always was my obsession, but
Mhm.
this was the first piece of Hermes Green office things that I got to put in my office that was Hermes Green. And it works. And from there, we graduated to obviously the staplers,
Mm-hmm.
the coffee mug,
Mm-hmm.
my beautiful,
Tape dispenser.
Oh, everything matches. It's so great.
all of it is
Nice.
Hermes Green.
Wow.
And of course, since this is also Stapler Club Live, the
Right.
ace liner
Yep.
Nice.
in the beautiful Hermes Green.
That's a gorgeous, I would say
It has
typewriter,
to be
stapler.
Yeah.
And they are beautiful with the typewriter. I mean, obviously I love the typewriters. Today I am using a Hermes typewriter. I'm using a square bodied
Mhm.
little Hermes typewriter today.
Lovely. Beautiful.
So,
They
Ted,
need to read your note.
okay, I didn't want
5 or
to,
6 pieces of office equipment.
Embarrassing.
All the same color as a Hermes.
I have now 4 Hermes 3000s.
Neat.
I think I'm really crazy. Look there, it has a picture of the Hermes 3000. I
Nice.
just love it. Oh, then it's got little yellow paper. This is a 7-page booklet with a fancy cover as the letter I'll send along with the package. This may seem absurdly ambitious and an unnecessary delay in sending said package, but I assure you it is necessary indeed. But anyway, the contents are the mint green trimline telephone. And for those of you that didn't see on Typewriter Club, typehouse.com, this was actually, Ted did some research, and Mr. Dreyfus also
Oh yeah, that's a
designed,
Dreyfus design.
Is it?
also
Wow.
designed the trim line phone.
Cool.
Wow.
So in here, and I have to read through all this, and I won't put y'all to sleep with reading all this, although it's very
Well, we got 4
exciting.
hours. Go ahead. 4 hours.
Ted he's a great correspondent. He's very clever. I'm not half as clever.
We love
But
it.
he lists out everything. So there's a mint green trim line phone. This item is self-explanatory. Is a green single line telephone, probably made in the late 1970s. Does not need external power for the dial light to the early 1980s. Has a rotary dial that probably won't work with the kind of phone service that exists these days. Matches your Hermes 3000 office.
Okay.
And then another item is a skinny roll of thermal paper. Don't know if you have any thermal typewriters, but I see no reason not to tempt you into getting one if you haven't yet. Too late. Gregory was my enabler for that. He kept talking about thermal typewriters, and I mentioned I wanted one. And then my friend Carlos sent me one for free.
There you go.
2 handfuls of miscellaneous cocktail stuff. Well, it's stuff you need on top of or onto your cocktails to create a festive party mood. Sufficient supply for a very festive party. Monster Scouts trading card. Believe, observe, protect. Mouse pad. Secret Society Wars stickers. Secret Society Wars was a game I wrote and used to run. It is now defunct, but it was pretty much 5-way chess with very rude NPCs. It was fun while it lasted, and now I still have swag left over to send to people in packages. Rage 4 CD, a music project I worked on back in the '80s. I did the cover art and a song on one of the CDs. Hope you don't mind hearing about Jesus, because there's a lot of that sort of thing on tap here. You have been warned. This quantity 1, this booklet, obviously. Quantity ? Other stuff. I'm only halfway done with the booklet, so it seems likely I'll find more hoodads to stick in here. You're paying the freight after all, which I am. Technically, it's tomorrow now, since I'm up at 1:15 a.m. and writing another page for this booklet and tossing in some more random stuff into this care package. Quantity 2 plastic tiki shot glasses to go with the other accessories. Dead end cat pillow. Gregory keeps sending these to me, and I expect this is some odd little life affirmation product that he bought more than he could unload. I've noted that he keeps a lot of irons in the fire, and a lot of them go cold, but I think his Type House TCL idea is a big keeper.
Oh yeah.
And we all agree.
That's awesome.
As far as the cat pillow designation, I call it that because I can't think of anything else small enough to actually use it. My cats are of the opinion that they are toys. Quantity. A bunch of pieces of other people's lives, a random set of color slides from 1977 from a Kodak carousel rack I found at a thrift store. They documented a trip taken by what I assume were a gay couple to Mardi Gras, an air show, and various other places, driving around in a very nice Mercedes. I figure if you burn 2 rolls of film at Mardi Gras and don't get a single booby pic, but get 72 photos of drag queens and young men's butts and cut off pants, then you're probably not into girls. On Halloween morning, 9 a.m. that morning, just 2 pages and a bit to go, and I think I may use the last page for ciphertext for you to puzzle over. Won't that be fun? My stamp order may come in on time to do some stamping on this booklet, but I am not counting on it. This box may go out in the mail on the same day they come in, and perhaps that is fine. I have a few stamps I can use instead of the new custom ones. The timing is just a very slight disappointment, but I believe I can make this package a delight anyway. And you certainly did.
Oh yeah.
I have certainly tossed a gob of weird stuff in there, which you may enjoy or be baffled by. In any case, I felt you deserved a box full of fun. This idea of making a booklet to write a letter in is time consuming and not real easy due to having to keep track of the top for each page and getting the signatures correct so the pages end up in the right order. I'm still not sure it'll turn out the way I expect, but if I do get it right, it may be a thing that I can do more often. This is what you want. This is what you get. And he
Awesome.
signs it, the Reverend Wright Theodore Monk, RRTM. And then on the next page, we do have a puzzling puzzle. And on the other side, we have a picture of the Trimline phone next to Ted's Hermes 3000,
Aw.
which is acrylic and clear.
Cool.
And
Nice.
he used a little corner cutter to cut the little corners on his booklet.
Oh, wow.
So
All the
how
details.
fabulous is that?
I know, right?
Bravo.
Yeah.
Mhm. It's the most exciting thing that happened to me all week.
All right. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
I am enjoying, I'm going to enjoy it for a while, I think.
Yeah.
Especially tonight. Once you mix
Yep.
all them drinks.
Yeah.
Well, I about fell on the floor when you posted that picture of this phone and said, oh, look what I found in my garage. And I was like, are you freaking kidding me? So
can
everybody
sense the
go out to
jealousy.
your garage and find your stuff because that's ridiculous. And when Ron came home, I said, look what he has. And then a short while later, he said, do you want it? And
Now
I'm
look
like,
what you have.
what do you think? Of course I want it.
I see Kitty.
Yeah, this is Alice.
So that was very exciting. So today, I also wanted to say, and I don't know if he's on here, I haven't looked, but if Daniel is on here, I wanted to tell Daniel, thank you so much for posting that lovely old IBM video.
Oh, yes, yes.
Because it was a
Oh,
lot of
yeah.
fun. And after that, I went and tried using carbon paper because that was something that I have vintage carbon paper, but I've never really used it.
Mhm.
But I had found this lovely vintage paper. It has the word copy written on it.
Oh,
Can y'all see that in red?
Mhm.
yep.
So I thought, okay, so going forward, I'm going to make copies of the letters that I write so that I'm not guessing anymore about what I actually told what person, because lucky me, I have many more people I correspond with, and sometimes I forget who I told what. And then I'm repeating myself.
Yeah, you definitely need that.
So
I use carbon
Daniel,
paper.
thank you so much, because it really helped me figure out how to use my vintage copy paper.
Mhm.
Great. You're
And I
welcome.
did write a typing prompt,
Oh, cool.
and I never do, but I did today. It's kind of short. And I wrote it on Andrew Smith recently sent me a letter on tiny little paper, like this size. And he said, what the hell is that, Susan? Why is this so small? And I said, well, because back in the day, people used to write a lot of thank you notes. They didn't buy cards or any of that. They didn't send text. And so thank you notes were supposed to be short, and they were on small pieces of paper. And a lot of women in particular that were housewives used to write little notes to each other and stuff. And it was like little notes. So that's what that is. He said, well, I was sadly disappointed because I really thought that paper was going to be letter size paper when I bought it off of eBay, and it's not. So I realized that I had a box of beautiful little blue Strathmore paper that was cut to this small size. It's like, I would say a little larger than 5 by 7, but not much. And
Is it probably 6 by 9?
no, 6
Oh,
by
it's
9
not.
is a regular letter sheet, what they call the letter sheet.
Yeah,
back
yeah,
in the
yeah.
day. I mean, now we call 8.5 by 11, but this is much smaller than 6 by 9. And they used to use small envelopes too, I mean, this is but anyway, so I decided to write my typing prompt, since it's a thank you letter, on thank you
Cool.
letter paper.
That's awesome. Go for it.
Okay, so mine's a little serious, so just bear with me. My dear typewriters, I'm writing to you today to simply say thank you. I owe you so much. Thank you for entering my life just when I needed you, something interesting to occupy my mind and my time when I was troubled. Thank you for not judging, no matter my mood or what I wrote. You have always accepted me and my thoughts. You have helped me to work through things as we put those thoughts on paper. Thank you for opening new doors for me, new friendships and opportunities. You have truly had a huge entertainment value and have enriched my life. So thank you. While I may have thought I was rescuing you, in fact, you have been rescuing me. Love, Susan.
Oh.
Oh, that's amazing and so true. And I feel the same way.
Excellent.
Great.
Excellent.
Awesome.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that.
Okay, so that's me for today.
Very good. Very good.
Except I
all
want
up.
to say, Gregory, the podcast was a lot of fun and it was
Awesome.
Yes.
exactly
Yeah.
the right length.
Oh,
Yeah.
good. Good.
Yeah, I think so too. 3 hours is too long
Yeah.
for a podcast.
Because if somebody wants to listen to the whole thing, they can just listen to the whole thing.
Right
on
here,
YouTube.
they can come here.
That's
You don't
true.
need to have it on the podcast.
Yes.
Right.
But the
that's true.
podcast, I feel like, and I know it's harder for you, but it's
Mhm.
awesome when it's just a segment of one of our chats.
Yeah.
We're talking about something interesting.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And maybe that will make somebody go back and listen to the whole podcast. To the
Exactly. That's the hope.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
So
you
good
put it
job.
together. Yeah, you
Thank
put
you.
it together so cleverly with the music and the snippets, and you like punchlines are cut off right at the perfect time.
Excellent.
Great.
Excellent.
Thank you, Gregory.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I have to admit, I hadn't listened to the past few before this most recent one because, I'm here. So why do I have to listen again? But the way you put it together, it's different than our live stream here on YouTube. And it
Yeah.
makes for a great podcast. And, even though I'm on it, which thank you very much for adding me. I do a pretty good job, I have to admit. Yeah, the podcast is a different style than this right here. So
Definitely. Yes. Yeah.
it's worth
We're-
listening to both.
Yes. Yes.
Mhm.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
Yeah, the typewriter music. I really like that. Typewriter.
Yeah.
typewriter.
I'm in talks with other musicians that have
Mhm.
released songs about either typewriters or pen pals or whatnot. So far I haven't had any luck, but I'll keep trying. I'm close on one, but the artist that performed it, she said she's happy to do it, but someone else wrote it, so we're waiting on that person's permission.
So
So
why don't you just get me to write you
Yeah,
a song?
I was gonna say, Gregory,
Wait.
you can use any of all my 2 typewriter songs.
yeah, we had you on both the Typewriter Club
know,
Live and on the podcast.
Thank
So
you. Yeah. So
I
just
should-
have
I
to
should-
get busy and write more.
I should actually put that on Typo Radio actually, and have that as a thing between episodes. That'd be cool.
Yeah, you have my 100% permission.
Oh, thank you so much,
Use
because
my
that song is
typewriter music.
awesome. I
Yeah.
love
Now, if you
it.
start making money off of it, then we can talk, okay?
You'll
You're gonna
you'll
have to
get
send me some
royalties.
goodies, like head month goodies or something.
Excellent. Well, thank you, May.
Well, thank you. Yeah.
All right, Angela, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Been way too busy.
Oh yeah.
That is what I liked in Maine. I was busy doing things, but I wasn't scheduled.
Yeah.
Now appointments, working, and
Yeah.
all that stuff.
It's hard to get back in the swing of things.
Mhm.
Yeah, I just don't like being busy all the time.
Yeah.
Me either. Me either.
I like summers. Summers
Yeah.
off.
Yeah.
For sure.
Have you had time to type?
Typed a couple of letters. I realized I was getting behind, so I sent 2 off this week, and I'm down to 3, yours included, that
Excellent.
come recently. So they're not a big rush.
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel caught up to what's current, and I was glad to hear from Natasha because I was getting worried. I hadn't seen or heard from her in so long. But she's,
Yeah.
She's been busy too. Yeah.
yeah. I don't know if she's been on here. She hasn't been on here when I've been on here, but
she hasn't been on here in a long time, but
Yeah.
she's done her deep dive into
Mhm.
screenwriting. So
Yeah.
we wish her luck on that. So
Yeah.
if you're watching, Natasha, good luck. Definitely.
Well, I always wonder, if I suddenly pass away, my Type Pals people won't know. I'm going to have to make sure somebody tells them, 'cause they write me letters and wonder why I didn't write back.
Oh, that's horrible.
But then you think, okay, if somebody suddenly disappears from our group for a long time, I should start to worry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crossed my mind because in the back of my mind I remember basically everybody that's been on here, and there's a few that I'm actually a little concerned about, but there's nothing we can do. So
Yeah.
sometimes people are just passing through each other's lives, and yeah.
I have this book.
Oh, cool. Let me zoom in on you.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah.
So you put in your financial stuff that people might need to know, but I'm like, okay, I need to have a little contact Gregory Short so he can tell everybody I'm dead.
Oh.
And I keep saying, who wants my typewriters? Nobody's telling me.
Oh.
My family wants them. So.
Well, just put me down in your book and
Yep.
just have them sent to me.
all of them, huh?
Yeah, all of them. Yeah.
I know you wanted a, let's see, what did you want? An
Olympia SM7.
Yeah, Olympia SM7.
I-
That was
I-
the name.
I have since gotten one, but
Oh, you have? Good.
it needs the little rubber washers or grommets or whatever you call them,
Yeah.
because the carriage drags. So
Oh, bummer.
yeah,
So fix it. It's easy.
I know. Yeah, but what size do I get?
Just use hose bib washers. They work fine.
Okay.
I buy rubber sheets. I buy rubber sheets and just cut my own.
Oh,
shape
Yeah,
okay.
you can do that.
whatever.
The size doesn't really matter that much. It's as
Yeah.
long as it's somewhere between an eighth,
Yeah.
and about an eighth of an inch
Sometimes I
tall.
layer 'em too.
Okay.
If I need a thicker one, you can
Yeah.
layer this, and they don't have to be round. I mean, the ones I've made are just square with the hole punch in the middle, and they work just fine.
Okay.
So you DIY your own.
Does it have to be rubber, or can it be something else? Like I have some like really thick paper. Would that
Uh,
work?
paper may not last very long.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll
Yeah.
probably
Yeah.
compress very quickly.
Leather would probably work
Oh,
fine.
yeah, leather would work good. Yeah.
I don't do leather.
Oh, well, that's right. Mr. Vegan. Yeah.
Vegetarian.
I want to show you something I saw yesterday.
Yeah.
If share screen works.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, cool.
It's a little Christmas teapot. I just took a picture. I definitely did not want it, but I thought
Oh.
I would share a picture of it.
somebody designed and made that. That's so cute.
Yeah, that's super cute. And yet slightly creepy.
Yes. It did not appeal to me whatsoever. I just typewriter theme.
So you left it. You didn't get
I
it.
left it. Definitely. Didn't even look at the price.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, that
Excellent.
wouldn't go in my house either.
Yeah.
I want real typewriters.
Yeah. Definitely. Well, was there anything else new with you, Angela?
No, not really.
Okay. Well, thank you so
Nothing
much for
important.
being here. And it's so good to see you.
Thank you.
And May, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Awesome. Cheers to you.
Here's, no new typewriters yet, but I have someone who's sending me a typewriter.
Oh.
And when it gets here, we'll do an unboxing. Somebody just, is very, in this group, I'm not going to say who, very nice, and is sending me a typewriter that I don't have already. So we'll just leave it
Wow.
at that. In the meantime, I've just been enjoying, I'm electric typewriter fan. So I'm kind of going back and forth between, do I like the manual return or do I like the power return? Because I pulled this one out, it has the power return, and I'm thinking I can type faster. I don't have to reset my left hand every time. So I'm sort of like changing my mind, how I went from Pica to Elite, and now I'm like, well, I like the power return again. So that's the problem, right? All the typewriters are awesome.
That's
Yeah.
my point. It has to have a manual.
That's the problem. it's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
And of course, typewriter dress is a new thing. And yeah, just messing around with stationery and typing letters. I had a goal for NaNoWriMo that I was going to type 50,000 words and letters. I gave that up. That's just too much. I can't type 7 or 8 letters a day.
No.
I don't
no.
have the mental energy for that. So, but a few letters a week.
Yeah.
It's good. So I've given up on the whole NaNoWriMo goal.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna
yeah.
enjoy my typewriters that I have.
Yes. Yes. Definitely.
I don't think I have any new good typewriter, even typewriter adjacent goodies, other than the stamping stuff that I kind of acquired to, make the stationery and all that good stuff. So that's been fun. And so I was excited to get like a typewriter typeface stamp, kit. It's kind of neat. So
Yeah.
I think it's $5 on Amazon. Although you have to get like 2, 3, so that because there's only one of each letter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I got 3 sets, and since it's only $5 each, and just been having fun making my own stationery with
Nice.
it. Yeah, another rubber stamp that or typewriter.
Oh,
related.
cool.
Yeah. So Jeff Bezos, you're welcome.
Got to keep that guy in business.
Yeah, I mean, admit I do like Amazon.
Oh yeah.
Even though there's the controversy between the super rich and regular people like me, but I benefit from the business. I don't have to go out and shop, and so it kind
Yeah.
of saves me time and money. And
Well, I think one thing people forget is that the way Amazon operates, a lot of the merchandise that they sell is actually coming from small
Yes,
businesses.
exactly.
So,
Yeah, this was small business. Yeah, this was from side businesses, not from Amazon. So yeah, you're right.
yeah.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
it's not completely evil. It's, what is done to the book industry is pretty horrendous, but
Yeah, that was the original.
yeah.
Amazon was books and music.
Yeah.
And it grew to what it is today.
Exactly.
Yeah. So,
May, I'm pretty tall. I think I would have to order the dress you have and wear a shirt.
I'm 5'8", and so I don't remember. I think I got a medium. Hold on, let me look. At
Okay, I'm 5'8" also.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
All right, let's see.
I
what
do
size
that. I
it is.
like longer things. I like long dresses.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the medium, and I'm 5'8", and it goes just to the top of my
Okay.
knees. So,
The pictures on the website make it look a lot shorter.
well, it's because the models are super tall,
Yeah.
but for a 5'8" person, I think
Yeah,
this
that's
is
not
about
bad.
the right.
I like
yeah.
it.
Mhm.
Cool. All right. And anything else new with you, May?
Not in the typewriter world.
Not in the typewriter world, but
Not
that
in
makes us
typewriter
curious about.
world. Yeah. Well, I mean, just regular stuff. Like my sister was in a fashion show on Friday, and that was a lot of fun. Every day at my job is always something new, sometimes crazy.
Yeah.
But as far as like typewriter and creative stuff, no, I've just been doing the same old, and enjoying writing letters and tinkering with typewriters. And
Very cool.
meeting all the cool people that are obsessed with typewriters too, like you guys.
And what is in your typewriter actually?
I'm writing a letter to Curry.
Oh, okay.
It's been months, I'm sometimes bad about correspondence, so I'm typing a letter to our Willow Creek typewriters, Curry Russell.
Nice.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to do while padding at the same time, so it's going first. And then also I realized that this is our first of the month, official typewriter club. So you have a typing prompt. So apparently I need to get busy on that. So I can
There you go.
have a
And it can
typing
be a short one.
prompt for later. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, it's so good to see you, May.
Yeah. Great to be here. Enjoy this.
Excellent.
Mhm.
I apologize if I get your name wrong, but Ivan Campos?
Yeah, this is Ivan. Hello.
Yvonne, yes. Okay. How are you?
Hey, this is my first time logging on to this fun Sunday morning activity I've been listening to on the commute, and this is the first time I'm home on a Sunday
Excellent.
and able to join. And so I'm happy to be here.
Welcome.
Welcome.
And I think I know I've interacted with some of you on either social media or
Mhm.
this place feels home because although I have a typewriter at work, nobody seems to be interested in talking about it. So
Oh.
We know the feeling.
Yeah.
That's
Now,
why we're here, right?
You're on Type Pals, right?
yeah,
Okay.
Greg, we met I think at Bob's when he was opening up that shop.
Oh, cool.
Okay, cool, cool.
Yeah,
I thought you looked familiar.
Yeah,
And you're on Facebook.
yes,
I
and
I
I'm looking.
recognize your name on the Facebook group. So
Oh, awesome.
good to see your face, meet you. in
I
person.
know, and I've been writing some letters through Type Pals, and sometimes I get a response, sometimes I don't, and so it's fun getting those letters and then trying to remember. Wait, when did I send this to you?
Yeah.
That's why you keep carbons.
Well, it's fun to also not to keep them and then just kind of play a guessing game, right? And go with the spur of the moment. You're like, what did I write to them about? And why are they writing to me about this?
Like a mystery in your life.
So some of the things that I'm really interested in learning about from others is just their experiences in the U.S. or Canada or wherever they may be in the world, just in terms of just changing demographics and just changing language. Language is shifting, cultures are shifting, and so it's becoming really interesting. Just in terms of just in writing and listening to or reading about different experiences in the U.S. I like Spanish typewriters, but they seem to be very rare in the U.S. For whatever reason. I don't think they were sold in the U.S. market or marketed to the U.S.
You've never been in Arizona, I see.
Just in passing.
No, we got lots of Spanish typewriters.
Tucson, 98 degrees at night. One summer is way too
boy.
hot for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in California, and believe it or not, they're impossible to find, really.
I'm going to Mexico in February, and you better believe I'm going to be on the lookout for one.
Oh yeah.
I was in Mexico City this summer, and there are typewriter shops still operating in neighborhoods. You can buy replacement parts, ribbons, whatever you can think of.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't fit in your suitcase, then be prepared to pay a lot of money to put in another suitcase or bring it on, because the airlines have these weird policies. So, but yeah, I saw a lot of Lateras, some Royals, some Remington, Oliver's, just different brands available, stuff that you can carry back with you. Reasonable prices, much reasonable than they are in the US. So,
did they have the Spanish keyboards?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, definitely. If I get to go back to Mexico City, maybe next summer or maybe in a couple summers, definitely. I even bought some ribbons, really good, high quality ribbons for a tenth of the price of what they are here. So,
So you speak Spanish then?
Sí, hablo español.
Good. Then I'm going to write to you. I'm going to write to you in Spanish.
¿Quieres practicar tu español?
See, maybe I'll have the right keyboard after my trip.
And you know what? If you don't have the right
Yo
keyboard,
también.
you can. Oh, Daniel, ¿hablas español?
Sí, hablo español y te escribiré una cartera muy pronto porque yo tengo una brother de 1978 quien tiene el teclado con las llaves, con las teclas en español.
Qué bueno. Me parece
Y
fabuloso.
necesito practicar también.
Pero me parece fabuloso poder recibir tu carta en español. Y si no tienes if you don't have the accent marks, you can always go back and, put them in with the pen. But it's always much funner when you have the accent marks.
Yeah.
And then you have those dead keys.
It is much better. Much better.
I have a typewriter that's an Erica. It's not Spanish keyboard, but it does have some of them on there, so that one might.
I have one like.
Yeah,
Where?
I have an
I have
Erica. Oh,
The
dogs
Smith
barking.
Corona change a type that has the foreign language
Mhm.
Oh,
plugs.
Yeah.
And it has what, the accent marks, it has the, it does it, it's really nice because you get 4 different type slugs and 4 different key tops.
I have that same set.
I can
But I-
recommend that as an alternative, is to get one of the Smith Coronas that accepts a change type and look for the change type international symbols, I think is the name of it.
Mhm.
It doesn't have all of the necessary diacritics though, to be really
It
functional.
does for
Truly
Spanish. It
international.
has the exclamation point, upside down exclamation mark and the question mark, and it has the accent mark, and it has the ñ. And really that's all you need.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
So it does have them.
I'm trying to find
Angela,
mine.
you were
'cause I
mentioning
Yo
the-
también hablo español.
Mira, muchos hablan español.
Pues vivo en Texas.
Vives en Texas. Yo estoy en California, pero
Estoy aprendo español.
ah,
Mi hermano vive en México.
muy bien.
Here's the
Angela, you were
keyboard.
saying the Erica. You have an Erica.
Here's the keyboard right here.
Is that the Erica?
Yeah,
Wait.
Erica 5 tab.
Oh, so you have them. You
Yeah.
have the
So I have the
Oh, wow.
marks. I don't have so, but I have most of them, so it'll work.
You have everything for Spanish on this one.
Not the little India though, do I?
Yeah, the 6 and 7, you have them. The inverted exclamation marks, the inverted question marks, and then you have I forget what the 2 dots are, the accent mark. You're right. You do not have the ñ.
Yeah, that's the only thing it's missing.
I have an Erica 12 that
Mhm.
I believe has a Danish keyboard, and it's kind of similar to this one.
And this is I guess a lira or something over here. I don't know.
Pound, right?
Pounds. Okay.
British pound.
It's a mix. It's an odd one.
Angela, what's the CL and the OS on the top left of that keyboard there?
I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know what this keyboard is.
Interesting.
Okay, that's a Mr. OS and CL or CI.
CI or
Maybe
CL,
CL.
can't really tell, yeah.
Or is it C1?
Or C,
See?
yeah, which makes
Okay,
it more
so-
confusing than it already is.
So Spanish is the only language that uses the inverted exclamation marks and the inverted question marks. So
Yeah.
maybe this is a custom keyboard that somebody ordered.
Who
Could
knows?
be. Could be. And I'm looking because so it has tréma, the 2 umlauts, or in German, or tréma in French, but yeah, it doesn't have cedilla for Portuguese or French. So I am a bit surprised that that's quite a mystery there, Angela, that you have.
It is.
Now OS and CI.
And May, you were bringing out something in the little boxes. Are
Oh,
those
what
keys
Susan
that
was talking
Susan-
about. Yeah, Susan was
Okay.
talking about the change of type kit. And so this is Smith Corona sold by Sears. It came with the medalist, but it does not have the upside down exclamation mark, but it's got these other symbols. And then it's got the interchangeable type slugs that you insert into the typewriter. So
So
this
do
is
those
one-
type plugs just slip over the?
Yeah, but
type
you have to
bar?
pull the other ones out and then replace them with these. So the the slugs are removable on these 6 series, the left and right ones. And so you pull these off. I've never done it actually, so I'm kind of afraid to, because I don't want to break them, but I could. And then you pull off the key tops off your typewriter and then replace them with these. So it's kind of neat, you can, and there's a whole bunch of different sets of all kinds of, like Larry's got like the whole, like 30, I can't remember how many, he's got like almost all of them, of the interchangeable kits. Yeah, the Smith
That's very
Corona
cool.
6 series, yeah, and these will fit on the manuals and the electric, even the ones made by Sears and J.C. Penney, anything that uses the change of type, these will fit on all of them.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty neat. Pretty neat.
Yeah, I found a couple of Spanish keyboards on eBay and also on Shop Goodwill.
Yeah.
And Shop Goodwill is like I don't know, I would call it a what is it called? You never know what you might get in the box experience.
Yes, that's very true.
Oh, look, another one.
Yeah, that's
is
the kind of
this one.
Spanish keyboards we get down here in Arizona.
Wow. That's a
Is
real
that a
one.
brother?
The
Brother?
real-
Charger
Brother.
11.
Oh wow, Spanish
Yeah, brother
charger.
charger.
11.
Yeah, it's got a dead
Cool.
key
Nice.
and
Yeah.
the whole set.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh,
Very
and
good.
I was going to say I've got a Spanish keyboard too, and if I can find a picture, I'll pull it up. But it's a Smith Corona that was overpainted red, and for sale at Berkeley Typewriter. And I bought it there because I was going to a wedding, and I wanted to set up the typewriter so people could type messages to the couple. And that worked out great. I paid too much for it, but it was fun. It was a real fun experience. I'm not crazy about the overpaint. They just spray painted the whole thing red, and it's got green keys, so it's really cool looking. But to be able to type Spanish words with the correct punctuation around them is really fun.
Yes, definitely.
I gotta share something really interesting, and then that'll be my last turn on this call here, right? I wanted to go back and write in Spanish, right? That's my first language. My mother taught me to read and write in Spanish. She was a typist in Mexico, and so I have some of her typing academy books and her, I guess it's like a mini dissertation on typing. It's a big volume. And but when I wanted to type in Spanish on an English keyboard, I felt that because I'm bicultural, I live in two different worlds. I felt like I couldn't put myself in that language or that cultural framework to be able to use an English keyboard to write in Spanish. It might sound weird, and you're like, well, it's just the accent mark, it's just the inverted this, it's just that. But no, it's you want to be able to use the system of that mother tongue to be able to express yourself, right? And once I got my first Spanish keyboard, then I realized, okay, I don't know as many words as I think I do in Spanish. Now I'm having to use a dictionary, but it's just a really different experience for me to have those characters, and where I don't feel comfortable doing it in an English keyboard. Like there's some kind of a block, or maybe I don't feel that I can do this. But living in California, everything's in English, everything's in Spanish. You go anywhere, everybody speaks the two languages, right? And it's this ability to be able to connect with the machine as a writer in that mother tongue. And so I'm not sure if anybody has experienced that on here, or maybe if it's just some weird quirk that I'm experiencing. So
Makes sense to me.
It does.
I can talk from my own personal experience, Ivan, because my first language is French, and I live in Canada and
Québécois?
Oui, Québécois.
Oh.
So I grew up in Quebec, the province of Quebec, but I moved to Ottawa, the capital, and worked in both languages for my work, and learned Spanish. Took 10 years of Spanish for being able to communicate with my counterparts in Mexico and other Latin-speaking countries. Well, Latin American countries. And when I write, I have to put the diacritics as I write. So the idea of typing in Spanish and then going back and putting them on, it it really hurts me. Like in the way that I learned to write, when I write in French, you put it on as you go, and you don't go back. So if it's an imperative, if it's an infinitive verb, and if it's an adjective, if it's a participle, you have a different ending. So you need to decide what it is when you write, and therefore the aspect of having the right keyboard, I relate very much to that. And there was a time in my career when, after Y2K, dreadful Y2K, when they changed some of software that we were using at work, they didn't give me a multilingual system. Like I didn't have the opportunity to switch back and forth. So I used to have to type the diacritics in French using Alt key and then the 3-number code on the keypad, on the numerical keypad, to get those diacritics. And I found that extremely frustrating for a time, and to the point where I brought my own keyboard to work, and I petitioned them to install the correct software for me to be able to work in both languages. It's because it was like difficult for me to write correctly without having those diacritics immediately available. The Alt and then 120 or 133. I just thought it stopped my flow, and it was a bit of a problem. And so that is the same. So I can relate to the fact that you would want a keyboard that is specific to Spanish, and not having to add all of the diacritical signs or exclamation marks, the correct ones at the beginning of the sentence, to the way that they're supposed to be. So I totally get that.
Did you
That's
say
my
Daniel?
experience as well.
Daniel?
Yeah, Daniel.
I 100%. And you're thinking in the words of that language, you're thinking of the cultural implications of that language, right? And then you're also thinking of the sounds in that language for those words. And without those diacritics, you kind of, well, what language am I in? Should I go back to English and think in English as I'm typing this out and then go back? But you're right, the accents will make a huge difference in terms of the message. If the accent is not there, it could be a different word. And sometimes not the word that you want. And
it's what you said though. It's what you said though. It's because I'm typing in the mindset of the other language. So the brain wants to do it in that. The brain can't type in both English and French at the same time. So it has to have to talk in English and or talk just in French. But mixing the two is kind of like difficult.
Well, I've done some Spanglish writing where I combine the two languages, and I'll maybe have a story sentences invert between the languages, no translations available because I'm writing it for readers that maybe understand both languages. And so it's this weaving of the two languages into a paragraph, into a sentence, and just going back and forth as we hear language spoken in California and maybe Texas and Arizona, where you start in Spanish, you end in English, and nobody really seems to know how it happens, but it just happens, right? The Alt 3-character issue, I worked as a translator for a while, and I hated working on IBM computers or Windows machines. They did not have the accent marks built in, but on an Apple keyboard like I have now, I just hold the character, the key, and then it'll pop up the different diacritic marks. So if, like when I came in here, I just held to the A button, and then it'll pop up all different languages diacritic markings, and I love Apple for that. So
yeah.
Excellent. And I can actually speak to this a little bit as someone that is in the very, very early stages of learning Spanish. I'm using the Duolingo app. And one of the common issues I run into is with the accent marks. For example, the word "to," "to" with the accent is "you," and then without the accent is "your." So I can definitely see how you've spent time learning Spanish and learning the correct way to write the words. So then having to kind of maneuver on a non-Spanish keyboard, that I could see how that would really throw you off if you're in the Spanish or French or whatever mindset. I could see how that would throw you off, and kind of ruin your flow, actually. Definitely. So yeah.
It's very true. That's
Thank
what
you
it
for allowing
is.
me to share. I appreciate that because I thought I was alone in this issue.
No,
Sorry.
and
And you're never alone. That's
Yeah.
the thing about this group. Like,
yes,
you're not alone. Like everybody has so many great experiences that it's good to share them.
yes, definitely. And it's so good to see you again, Ivan.
Yes,
So,
thank you for allowing me to share, and I will be writing some more letters now that I've popped in here, and now you all know who's this letter you're gonna get in the mail. So
yeah, very cool. Yeah,
Thank you.
it's a real joy being able to connect faces with names. Because I had seen your name in Type Pals, and then I saw you log in. I got a little excited. I was like, oh, it's him.
Gregory, there needs to be like a type-in our area, and I know you do the Zoom on here, but a physical one.
Yes, I do want to start doing that, because actually this whole thing started because Bob Marshall had his local typewriter club, which I
Back to the grind.
joined. What's that?
The Back to the Grind writers group. Okay.
Yeah, and so he already had that, and then I joined like towards the end basically, and we were just getting into it, and I was going to start advertising for the group and all that, and then the pandemic happened, and it's like, okay, and then Bob like planted the seed of doing this virtually, and I stewed on it for a long time, and then one day I just did it. So yeah, but yeah, we definitely need to get something local going, because I mean, I love this, and we're always going to do this because people are enjoying it, but it would be nice to have something local as well, maybe monthly or bi-monthly or something like that. We'll discuss, and I know Bob and I have discussed it, so we'll be sure and include you in that conversation. Definitely.
Appreciate it. Thank you for all you're doing.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Sean, what are you up to?
Well, I don't have a typewriter out yet because I thought today what I would do is try to tailor what I'm typing on based on the majority of what everybody else has. So I thought I'd just do maybe a typewriter check with everybody. If you don't have a typewriter in front of you, well, if you're not using a typewriter, what do you have closest in front of you, Gregory?
Mine, well, it's the one that I used was the Smith Corona SL480. I use that for my typing prompt.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Ted swapped 6 typewriters already, so
I know.
The Hermes 3000 is not applicable what I wrote down half an hour ago. What do you got now, Ted?
You're muted, Ted.
Sorry to throw you off.
Spanish keyboard Corona 4, 1928.
Oh, awesome. Corona 4. Susan.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Hermes 3000. Okay, thanks, Susan.
Hermes 3000, that's what I have.
Yeah, okay, good. Angela?
He read the lips.
Yeah.
Well, what's closest is an AMC Jappy,
Ooh.
but it's not been used yet because it needs new key covers.
Okay, that's okay. I can use it anyway. May has got a Smith Corona. You got an
I
electric?
got Smith Corona Electra 220 with a power return.
Oh, right. Power return.
This is my
Power.
first electric typewriter ever.
Power
Started
return.
the whole electric typewriter obsession.
I'm afraid I don't have anything with a power return. Ivan, what do you have?
A Royal P wood grain 1929.
Ooh, okay.
Nice.
With Vogue typeface?
No, I checked before I picked it up. No, unfortunately not.
Joe's got a Smith Corona, like not an Enterprise, just a Silent Super.
5TE.
What, sorry?
5TE electric.
Oh, you got your, that's your 5TE. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Will?
Some sells a 5TE this week, I think, right? I saw on Facebook. Isn't that Gregory? Did you get one?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Yes.
So that's
Yeah.
why I have is because you just got one.
Nice. Very cool.
I see Joe has his phone. I think I'm going to call him up.
You should, yeah.
I have I have the
It's
brown version of the file.
It's not connected.
Ah!
Joe, is that a retro GPO style phone?
This is a Bakelite phone from a hotel in Mexico. It has
Oh,
the
okay.
discussion panel. You probably can't read it. It has a
Yeah.
can't read it. And it's an old. It's not a Western Electric. It's a older style. So the receiver looks, different. It has a little
Yes.
mount that right.
I love those.
Yeah.
Some people
and-
steal towels from hotels.
Yeah, it has a modular plug and all that. So
Rich, I like your comment.
Yeah, so some people steal towels from hotels. Joe took the phone.
my wife bought this from an antique store when she was on a trip in California. It was pretty funny. It would have been the kind of thing that I would have got, but she got it anyways. Okay, back to the typewriter roll.
Will, what do you?
Or Kate.
Or Kate? Is it? Sorry, it says Will. I think doesn't it?
I know.
Okay.
It's confusing because my husband's on my phone and I'm on my computer, but here's my little Smith Corona, the red overpaint.
Oh, right.
And characters. It's beautiful.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's really pretty with it's a Christmas typewriter. Green keys, red body.
Did you paint it?
No, it came this way. I was again, doodling around in Berkeley before a wedding, and a typewriter store, and I walked in, and I wanted to get something for the just for the wedding, and I don't think anybody spoke Spanish in particular, but I saw, the
Cool.
marks, and it's like, I don't have one of those. This is my souvenir.
You from the Bay Area?
No, but I have a niece there.
Ah, okay. Interesting.
Dan?
Is it me?
Yeah.
Okay. It's because it's Danielle.
Oh,
That's why
Danielle.
There's Dan. We have Dan Linder, and then.
Oh, that's right. But I didn't see another one here, and I thought I'd use a familiar term, being that we're friends. But okay.
Taking the vowels.
I have my 1964 Smith Corona Electra 120 with French Canadian keyboard on the desk, but I have also my Olympia SM8. That's that I swap between those two. I've been doing that this week anyway.
Okay.
And this one is a curious font, has a curious typeface. I like to ask the question after we're done your questioning everybody's typewriter, because it has a number 75 type slug.
Oh,
and
you can find that out fairly quick.
Well, I tried and I haven't been able to.
Ted is going to figure it out right now, so by the time I'm all done, he'll have an answer. I got this feeling. Diane, what are you using?
Well, I have an Olympia SM9 on my desk, but I pulled it out last night, but I haven't gotten as far as actually using it.
That's okay. It still counts.
I have a Smith Corona Silent 4 series under my desk, but it's still in its case.
That's okay. We're not getting really technical here. I just wanted to sort of see what it looks like on a Sunday. Rich, what do you got, Rich?
So at this desk, I've got a Galaxy 2. But my other desk, I use a Triumph 10, and then my other desk, the Royal P.
Okay. Carlos.
Typestar 110.
Ooh.
Nice.
Look at you all modern. Christophe, quelle machine tu écris avec maintenant?
My Olympia Electro. What was the name? Joe got the same.
Sorry for getting you up off the couch.
Electric.
Yeah, because I'm a little bit sick today.
Oh. Sorry, Christophe.
Mal à la tête.
It's my Olympia Electric. I don't remember the name.
That's okay.
Olympia Report.
Okay. Indro's cooking dinner, so his typewriter is chicken, I think, with
Chicken and
something.
rice typewriter, chicken packing.
And then I don't know if Ken is there or Neil. Neil, what's yours?
This is actually one I just picked up this week. It's a Olympia reporter.
Oh,
Electric.
Nice.
Nice.
I like those.
Got a lot of electrics out here, huh?
Yeah,
That's great.
that was
Nice.
yeah, not bad.
looks professional.
Yeah.
Now, are those made by Nakajima?
This one,
it looks
I think
familiar.
later they were me. This particular one was made in West Germany.
Oh, nice.
I
Electric
haven't had time to
typewriter.
look up and
Nice.
see what year it was manufactured yet.
Awesome. And
Yeah,
Ken, oh, you.
$16 typewriter.
Mhm.
You're muted.
That's okay. It's a brother.
It's a brother.
Brother.
Brothers. That's my other typewriter.
Opus 899. It's got the little the repeat button on it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
All
Getting
right,
into
well.
the AP1s or whatever.
It looks like the majority is sort of a Smith Corona day here currently as of right now.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Okay.
this doesn't hold.
Majority Smith Corona, and I have a brother too. My cursive is out. I'm doing postcards with that. So I've
Nice.
got technically 2 typewriters out at the same time. I'm sure we're all like that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 5 typewriters within reach, depending on what you need to do, if it's envelopes or
Yeah.
And Sean, I think I see a typewriter right next to you. I think it's that prison typewriter, the transparent one.
The clear one. Yeah, we were talking about that last night.
I'm at home. I haven't gone to jail in the last little bit. Everything is
Okay.
If I did though, I'd be like, can I take that when I leave?
Right. If any of us go to prison, will you send that to us?
Absolutely. I'll go to prison just for Typewriter Club Live so I can get a couple of those Swintex.
Take
Nice.
one for
So,
the team.
what would be the turnaround time if you wrote to somebody in prison? You think would they take weeks, months,
Huh.
years to get back
I'm
to
sure
you?
I'm sure it'd be the same as if you ship through Canada Post. Slow.
There you go, Sean. It's not a very long turnaround to write to someone in prison,
Okay.
especially because prisoners love getting mail because that's a big
Yeah.
day yeah.
What's the number on your type slug again? 75, 76?
75.
75?
75.
I found 76.
And
Oh, you
I
mean
asked the
print-
question because one of the type pals and I have been writing, and she has an electric 5TE like what Joe has and others, and it has an elite number 75, and she says she can't find it, and it's the most beautiful like elite typeface I've seen. It's not Congress or Congress like. But it's and the numerals are really, really nice. And I'm typing to her, I'm replying to her, and I'm going like, wait a minute, my numerals look like hers, but mine is Pica, 10 CPI. And I take my little watchmaker microscope and I look at the slug, and I'm going like, I'll be damn, 75. And it has like a 1C as well, 1C at the top and then 75 below.
Is it got the big Danielle? Is it got the big plus sign in the middle, or is it got the raw row or any other?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's got a cross like a
Yeah,
plus,
like a lot of the
sign,
Olympians do, but it's got 75 somewhere around the big plus sign in the middle of the slug.
correct. The lower part is 75, okay. And then the change types have a different number because I also have on this 1964. I had to have this change types, although I don't have the slugs, and I haven't been able to find them to change that to Spanish or whatever. But so the 2 changeable types are stapled or stamped differently, and then there's a few letters that also don't have the number 75 on them. So that's another oddity. So
they can sometimes mix up typesets. when they were manufacturing machines. According to my Smith Corona.
Oh, I said 1C.
From 1954, it's called Secretariat.
Ooh, that's awesome.
Secretariat.
Yeah, let me take a look.
That is so cool.
Wasn't that a horse?
Yeah.
It was also a horse.
It was a horse. It was a very fast running horse.
So you've got slugs named after a horse. That's super cool, Danielle.
It is. It is. You know,
I have
like,
Mr.
really.
Ed.
Yeah, Mr. Ed's way better.
Yeah, it's I've got a type sample page here. I don't know if I can share screen because I've got dual screens.
You're bragging.
It's true that you pick
Multiple
from different
screens.
screens.
There we go. Let's see, share that screen. And let's see if I can move the. Oh, here we go.
Nice.
Number 75, yeah.
Yeah. So that's the elite one. Let me see if I have.
And where did you find that? Because I looked on your blog for Smith Corona, and there's one from the mid '60s that has
that's the
all the type
NAMDA
slugs.
directories. They're a little not quite as complete as this one. This one's actually from Smith Corona, dated 1954, and it's got a lot of pages, and it's got a lot of the additional typefaces that weren't quite as popular as the other ones. So let me see if I can find one in Pika.
Because that TypePal has posted in our discussion forum, TypePal or Typewriter Club Live discussion forum, the question, in August or September? And I replied and I said, I can't find a reference to it. And we've been looking for it, and so that's a great find, Ted, because I'll be able to go back to the forum and actually I'll write that down.
Hey, so Ted,
yes,
I've got, so my type style book has the number 75 as well. The Smith Corona says personalized elite number 75.
Oh, they may have called it different things. Is it?
Yeah, no, I just out of interest sake, I mean, it's cool. I mean, two different names for it.
Yeah, in marketing, they're gonna do different things, but yeah, so it's definitely a typeface they offered. Oh, these are keyboards. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for.
And how does
personalized elite and the Secretariat was that a 10 CPI? I forget.
It's
when
elite.
you said Secretariat.
The page in
It's
here
elite.
says it's elite.
Okay, 12 CPI.
Now, on
But
yours, you
they
say it's
look
a
very similar.
Pica machine.
Correct.
Does it look kind of spaced out? Like the letters are a little more spaced out than they ought to be?
Maybe because I'm cockeyed. No, I don't. I find they're quite normal.
Okay.
But I don't know.
How does the 4 look?
I was saying the numerals. Yeah, the four is open. You know, it's not a closed 4.
But has it got a little?
open
Does it got a little
4.
swoop on the back of the 4?
Yes, it does. Has a little slope on the left back side.
Okay.
And the 7 has this little twiddle, and then goes it. So you do like this little thing at the beginning, then you do the horizontal with a curve, and then the 7 is a curve.
Yeah. Okay.
And the 3, the 5, the 7, and the 9 go below the line, like the tail. The tail of 3, 5, 7, and 9.
What about the
are below the rest of the line.
The dollar sign? Does it have the line at the top of the S and at the bottom, but not through the S itself?
Aha!
It is it's 2 lines through the S, vertical, 2 lines through the S for a dollar sign.
Here you go. Here's your answer. There's 2 pages here. One of them is Secretariat Elite number 75 in 12 pitch. And the other one is Secretariat Elite number 75 in 10 pitch. But it's the same typeface, just with different spacing.
Ted, you're sharing your other monitor, Ted, by the way.
Oh, really?
Your desktop, yeah.
Okay.
We just see
So
a-
it's the same horse too, right? Same
We see a-
secretariat.
It's just it's got different spacing.
No, yeah, it's smaller. One is smaller secretariat and the one is bigger secretariat.
I can't tell if you can see this.
Yeah, that's good.
we
Oh,
see a
yeah.
black screen.
Yes. Yes, I
So-
can.
yeah, so
And
that-
Good typeface on there.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. There's the elite pitch one.
Oh, that's very much like what she has. Yes.
Yep. And there's
Very
the
much.
Pica, the 10 pitch one. So it's the same typeface, just different type spacing.
Huh, I'm not seeing anything. I just see a black screen,
Oh,
Oh, I'm good. There's a white. Oh, okay. Well,
which means
I see
our
it.
recording is not gonna is not gonna show anything.
I can see it. Yeah.
I can see
hear
it. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. If you
Maybe
can
it's
see
your
it,
gallery
here.
versus speaker view.
Can you see it now, Gregory?
No, I just see a black screen.
Oh, okay. Well,
Change your view in the top right, Gregory. Just to standard. If you're, I don't know, maybe you're the boss, so it's probably different for you.
I went
yeah,
from
that's
standard back to full, but it's still just a black screen.
Oh,
I will post both these typeface samples in the Facebook group.
Okay.
So Daniel,
Cool.
you can download them and put them in your post.
Thank you very much. That's great.
go.
Ah, mystery resolved. And it's not it wasn't an easy one. It wasn't like, oh, that's immediately, you know.
No, I had to look for it.
so
And
there.
it's more it's more strange for me because actually when you look at Smith Corona and the keyboards and the typefaces that they offered for French Canadian is restricted. There's only a few, you know, very standard ones usually for French Canadian from Smith Corona. I'm not talking about Olympia. Olympia offered everything also in French. But and to have this one, this very like secretariat specialized one, that makes me like my typewriter even more.
There you go.
I already like it.
John
But,
has the same book, but it's actually a different book, but he has both the spacings on the same page. So
yeah,
and it's personalized delete.
if you stay still, it's not focusing, but it's
Yeah, I know. I can. Oh,
There
there
he
you go.
goes. There he goes.
Oh, okay, we got it. We got it. But you see that 10 letter spacing. That's not quite. Right?
It looks spacey.
It's definitely spacey.
It looks spacey, but not on my. Let me just get something out from what I typed. I'll just fold the top. And
Well, just write it out exactly like this. You can count on any product bearing the Corona name.
this is what. Can you see that?
That looks more like 12-letter spacing.
It is
Yeah.
10,
Interesting.
and
Yeah, I
That's-
just sense that it was
so
12
that's-
also.
yep.
Yeah.
And I'll have to write a letter to Ted. I've never done a letter to Ted. So Ted, well, actually, I wonder which typewriter I used for the sequential letter. Must have been my Olympia.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Anyway, Ted, you deserve a fresh letter with
Fresh letter.
all of the symbols and letters and numerals in a letter to you from that machine. Thank
Right.
you very much
Sounds good.
for your help.
Awesome.
And Ivan's going to get one in Spanish.
Yeah.
Muchas gracias.
And
se
then
aprecia
Gregory's
mucho.
wife's going to get one in French.
Yeah. Yeah, my wife is learning Spanish, not Spanish. She knows Spanish. Well,
French.
some Spanish. She's learning French. Yeah, I'm learning Spanish.
And Danielle, you sent me a letter in French, and I have to admit, I had to spend a lot of time translating it because I forgot a lot of my French, that I learned in high school.
Just use
But
the Google app.
I will type you back a letter here soon.
Yeah, just use the Google app.
That's what I did. I used Google Translate, and you can hold the
Yeah.
camera
Yeah.
and it will automatically translate the image. So it was kind of glitchy a little bit, but you know, it
Oh
still
yeah.
got the gist of it. So I'm sorry, I don't type me in French again because I've forgotten, you know, 90% of it. And
Oh.
I appreciate that.
Well,
Appreciate it though.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
because it was I told
I'm
you
sorry.
to.
I thought, yeah.
I thought I could handle it, and then I realized no, I have to go back.
Well, maybe you know there's an app. It's called Duolingo. It's free.
Yeah, and I do have the typewriters to type French, so you know that's.
There you go. Yeah.
So I
Don't give up.
do want to brush up on my multilingual skills.
Yeah.
So
Definitely.
typewriters have been a good way to do that.
No, but yeah. So people should write in the language of their choice, right? So I wrote to you in French because we talked about it.
Yeah.
But I don't expect a reply.
Yeah.
In French.
No, it would take. I'd have to take a whole course first before.
Yeah.
Don't feel bad, May I?
And Kate, there's a letter coming. There's a letter for you in the mail. It should be arriving soon.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Send you one.
I do appreciate it. It's wonderful to get a letter written in au français. Merci beaucoup.
Yeah, definitely don't write me in French.
You know, when I was in Germany, I had to get a battery for a watch that I had, and I knew where the watch store was. So I drove down. Before I drove down, I studied. I don't remember where I got it from, but how to say I need a watch battery, please. So I went to the store, and then I used my new magnificent line of German, Deutsch. And then she answered me back so fast, I have no idea what she said. And I realized I was way over my head.
Yeah.
And but then she spoke English, so I don't know if I felt better for that or not.
Yeah.
So don't feel bad.
No.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That's the funny thing about the Duolingo app. So they have different voices and different, they speak at different speeds. And some of them speak so fast. It's like, wow. I caught like 2 of those words.
Yeah.
So yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I was just going to say I'm always impressed by the Europeans I meet because almost all of them are multilingual. You know,
Yeah.
the teacher, I get exchange students, and most of them know 4 or 5 different languages, and it's amazing. And here in America, we're kind of stubborn. You know, we might know some Spanish.
Yeah.
If we're, but you Europeans, you learn all the languages. That's awesome.
Big Latin count.
Yeah. Something happened to me once. I was the head of delegation for a business meeting in Brazil, and it's when did I tell the story before? Anyway, at the beginning of the morning, they served us wonderful coffees, and I took two of those great tasting coffees from Brazil. And after those 2 coffees, after about half an hour, the interpreters asked me to slow down because I was speaking too fast for the interpreters to interpret. Coffee made me speak really, really fast. I already speak fast, but then I had upped by a gear or 2. That was really funny.
Yeah.
Which reminds me, you know the movie The French Dispatch, which is full of typewriters. It's the Wes Anderson movie that came out last year.
What is it called?
And it's a great movie.
French Dispatch.
But there's a little bit of French in there. They speak a little bit of French, and they put subtitles. There's one character in the movie. She's the scooter girl. Like, she wears a helmet. So the character is recognizable because she wears that helmet for a scooter, and she speaks French so fast and so well pronounced. It's extremely funny how fast it all comes out, and it's that actor. She'll go very far because she's excellent. She's very young, but she's so great already.
Even their use of French, like the town that the French Dispatch is based in, right? Ennui-sur-Blasé. a play on very funny words in French. So
yep.
It's such a good movie.
Yes.
And Sean, was there anything else new with you?
Oh yeah, well just we were so impressed with Joe's ability to take care of all of his letter backlog that I neglected to realize that I've turned into Joe. Now I got a ton of stuff I've got to do and catch up on. One of them is Joe's letter too, which makes it all the more important that I actually get through this pile, because I used to go, oh, poor Joe, he's got so many letters to get back to. And all of a sudden now I'm in the same boat and Joe's like clean.
Yeah.
So other than that, nothing, no new typewriters, just cleaning and fixing and, adjusting things. And that's pretty much it.
Okay. Well, it's so good to see you as always.
You as well. All of you.
Thank you. And he's taking a drag on his cigar right now, but how are you, Joe?
I'm great. Can you hear me good?
Yes.
I've had microphone issues. Okay. So I'm out in the backyard.
Yeah.
And it's a wonderful autumn day. My lawn is littered with the leaves of my ash trees. And I just tried typing. And so this Smith Corona, the card guide is very close tolerance to the paper. So I can't really thread the leaf through. But I did notice that it left a yellow carbon paper like sap on my paper. So it's like yellow carbon paper. Anyway, it's kind of fun. So I got I got the 5TE here because of Gregory's typewriter that he received. And earlier I mentioned this old rotary phone that was in my man cave shed. I haven't used it in years. I used to keep it plugged in at the house, but I think I was having internet speed problems back when I had DSL, and I unplugged all these rotary dial phones, even though they had filters on them, but they were kind of loading down the line. But anyways, so let's see, my grandson went to Colorado last week, and he brought me one of these spiral bound notebooks that's bound with an old Colorado license plate, right? And so I decided, okay, the corners are not super sharp. They're rounded a little bit, So I did carry it around in my back pocket last week, and it worked okay. It wasn't too uncomfortable, but they have a little sticker here about how to uncoil the wire to change. When you run out of paper, you can buy one of these little tablets and then just, undo the spring and rethread it around to use and it got me thinking that I used to do the hipster PDA, and this was my hipster PDA that I carried around for a couple of years when I was working, when I still am working at the fab. And I would, so this is aluminum flashing, like thin aluminum you get in these rolls at the hardware store. And then I put this strapping tape along the edges so it doesn't cut you, right? It's not sharp. And then I use one of these removable binder rings.
Oh, yeah.
And so if you go, let's see, what's the guy's name? Merlin Mann, or some guy that he invented this idea of the hipster PDA way back in the day. Anyways, it was one of these productivity things. So I have like little colored index cards that I can make in like divided into sections, right? And this was, it happens to be, I haven't looked at this in a long time. This was a sketch for a pinhead camera. This is a pinhole camera that's using a hole. It uses a front surface mirror that's the size of a pin.
Oh, wow.
And the light comes in and then it reflects down on the film or paper. And you have to make these baffles to keep from fogging the paper. Anyway, these were a bunch of sketches that I had done. And then what was this? Oh, this was, I don't know, this was some kind of optical sensor idea, but I have all these notes and then I realized I also have archived my hipster PDA. So when I fill up the PDA and it gets too thick, I archive the file cards in another binder. So this was from like 2007, and it just, I was doing like journaling, and just on index cards. It's kind of fun, right? Anyway, it brought back some memories. And then what else is going on? I just got a call from Kevin. I'm going to go over to his house this afternoon and meet my friend Bill there and find out why Bill couldn't go on the trip to Arizona. So we'll see what that was all about. But it's started out a little cool out here, but now it's starting to warm up. So it's kind of feeling really good out here now. And,
Excellent.
So I'm back at work, and I'm back to the grind, the 12-hour days and the 3 and 4 day work weeks. So, it's the typical, after a 4-day week, you feel kind of sleep deprived because you can't really get a full 8 hours of sleep every day. When you're with commuting time, it's more like 13 hours, and then and all that. So you don't have much time to sleep, right? So anyway, so Sundays are my recuperation time, but I'm looking. So I had a meeting with my boss yesterday, and we have my final date at work set for in January. I'm going to work 2 weeks in January and not show up because I'm going to take I'm taking all my floating holiday hours for 2023, which is 7 days or 2 weeks worth of work.
Oh,
and then
wow.
I'll come in the third week. I'll come in one day, and that'll be my final day.
Oh, wow.
And now that I have my date set, then now I can go talk to HR and get my final stuff set for transferring stock options and some medical. And they have a plan called CIRMA, which is like a medical retirement plan that older employees like me have, that I can help pay for Medicare or other medical plans. This is all people that live outside the United States. This is the crap we have to go through because we don't have, state government sponsored healthcare, right? Whatever. So that's a whole other issue.
That's tied to your job, and if you change or lose your
and
job,
if you're unemployed, you don't have healthcare, right? So that's the problem.
well,
Right?
you
So
have
anyways,
to pay for it,
yeah. So anyways, I don't know what else to say. I've been negligent on videos, but I've been in a creative slump. So, it's like, I don't know. I was working on a camera project last weekend. So that was all I was doing. And then
still haven't caught up with everything you've done so far. So it's
yeah,
okay.
that's right.
Take a little
Well,
break,
I
let
did
us
a
catch
lot
up
of
with you.
videos. Yes, I did a lot of videos during the 2 months that I was off work. So there's a good library to catch up on. And, our house is built in the early 60s. And we have in the hallway, we have these drawers and cabinets built into the wall of the house, of the hallway. And one of the drawers, the bottom of it was all loose. So my wife had pulled that out and set it on the workbench. And that's always the sign when there's something on the workbench in the garage, that means it needs to be fixed. It could be an electric fan. It's the honeydew. So this morning I was like, gluing things and cutting a strip of wood and putting it in place and using my pneumatic nail gun shooter to redo the drawer instead of rebuilding it, which maybe someday I'll do that. But anyways, those are the whole homeowner things. I was going to ask Sean what kind of a pencil he was using. Does it look like one of those? What's the big name brand pencil with a flat eraser on the back?
Yeah, that's a Blackwing, which if Mr. Guthrie was here, I think he just loves to point out Blackwings all the time. Right. I'm actually more of a Musgrave pencil guy, but I did buy a couple of neat patterned Blackwings because they come in so many different. Like the collector in me likes the variety of any.
Of course.
So I was at Ethan's last week, and he's done a really deep dive into pencils and pens, as you probably know. And he was using some like USA Gold brand pencils, wood case pencils, that the wood casing isn't all that great, but the lead has a certain scratchiness to it that works really well on certain kinds of drawing paper. Has a little bit more tooth. And so he's been using that. And then he also has been gluing together, like he'll take an old stubby pencil that has the eraser end, and he'll cut it off even, and then he'll glue it to another kind of pencil that doesn't have as good of an eraser. And I told him he needs to do like a gluing fixture, like a jig for gluing pencils together to make, you can combine different kinds of pencils, or use a two-ended pencil, like a red pencil and glue them together.
I like that.
Yeah. So let's see what else has been going on. No, that's about it, really. I guess I'll probably think of something else when I quit talking here. But anyways, so does anybody? Oh, I was going to say yes. I do have something else. So in March 11th, we're going to have a public type-in at the old Special Collections Library in Albuquerque, downtown Albuquerque, which is across the street from my grandparents' old house. So this is the library I used to play at when I was a kid. And I'm going to, I've already talked to the people. They have a printing press museum in this library, and they have a working letterpress printing press. And so they're going to try to get somebody to run the press while we're doing our type in. So it'll be fun to do some letterpress stuff while we're doing that. And the only concern I have about that type in is the parking situation. This is downtown. There's parking meters. There's loft apartments at the old Albuquerque High School where people have to park on the street. So there's not a lot of really good parking unless you want to pay for a meter. So the parking situation will be a little bit more iffy than out in the suburbs here. But that will be fine. And then I just got an email the other day from the librarian at the Ernie Pyle Library. So you guys know Ernie Pyle, right? Was a World War II journalist, correspondent, got killed in the war. He lived in Albuquerque, and his house I think it's on Girard Avenue. It's an old house. His house is a public library. And you go into this little house and there's books everywhere, but they want me to do some kind of a typewriter thing there. Next August they have an annual Ernie Pyle, honoring Ernie Pyle. They have an annual thing about Ernie Pyle there at the library. So I'm going to try to do that next year. So that sounds fun.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. And let's see, that's probably about it, I guess. I saw that I have a package coming from Gregory.
Yes,
in the mail.
A very small one. It's
okay.
It's mainly our little micro cassette. So.
Oh yes, great, fantastic. Yeah, that sounds a lot of fun. Yeah.
Now I was thinking it's actually been a while since you did a video about micro cassettes. Maybe
yes, it is
to reapproach that topic.
I think it is, and I think now that you mention it, because one of the things I did the last couple tapes is I was using an external microphone plugged into my Olympus recorder. And the Olympus Pearl Recorder has those 2.5 millimeter jacks.
Yeah.
And I have these little pigtails that go from 2.5 to 3.5, so I can use regular microphones. That's what I was using. And I was using a video microphone. I think it was a Shure, maybe lens hopper video microphone. And it worked really well because it has like 3 different output settings, minus 10 dB, 0 and plus 10 dB. So you can so I set it to, I think the plus 10 dB setting, and it was a nice hot signal, and it seemed like it saturated the tape really well, and it made a really much better sounding recording than using the internal mics. So that might be a subject of a video.
Yeah, definitely.
And then Ted sent me a letter recently that it was a very cool letter, like his always are, right?
Of course.
But he had a wadded up mess of tape, of cassette tape, and it was one that he was trying to make a tape loop out of. And he didn't say this, but I suspect there's some recordings on that tape. And that gets me thinking that I need to figure out how to thread that. It's all wrinkled up and wadded up, and I'm going to maybe try to wind it up onto a cassette reel and see if I can't listen to it. Maybe there's some secret messages in there. I don't know, but you know the way Ted is. It could be something sneaky.
That'd be a good video right there.
It would be. It would be definitely.
Speaking of a tangled mess of tape, so I went into our sitting room. It's like in the front of the house. And I saw the cats playing with this long string of something. I was like, what is that? And I was occupied doing something. So I asked my wife to check. And it turned out they got one of the little thermal ribbons, and they pulled the tape all the way out.
Oh man. So now you have cat hair all over your thermal ribbon. And those things aren't they're not easy to find, right?
No, and when you do, they're expensive. So
yeah,
that was an expensive loss, but we ended up tossing it. It was all
I guess the other thing that I could do is I do have a pack of fan fold thermal paper, EKG paper that someone sent me. Someone who had tried thermal typewriters decided they didn't like them and sent me the pack of paper. And it's about maybe an inch thick stack, and they're letter size, right? And they have the red EKG grid, but the grid is a little darker and a little more bold on that paper. So it kind of is a little more difficult to easily read the characters, but it works pretty good in the Typestar 220 because it has such a dark imprint or thermal imprint.
Yeah.
So
And you can make the letters bigger, right? On the
Yes.
220? Yeah.
I think you can. Yeah. So that'll be fun. I might do another, because I did a video recently about thermal paper, and I didn't necessarily want to do another video about thermal paper, but I might do that. Yeah. That'd be a good follow-up.
Yeah.
And I think that's about it. So anybody have any requests for videos?
Anything typewriter related or?
Yeah, anything typewriter related, really. But
Carbon paper.
carbon paper.
Oh, that's a
Okay.
good one, yeah.
Well, the only carbon paper I've actually used is the Staples brand, but I know that old legacy carbon paper is usually better. It's darker. And Ted sent me a little rectangular clipping of some old legacy carbon paper for use in my Selectric 721. So I could just slip it in there and get different colored typings. So it might be fun to go look for carbon paper, like legacy paper online on eBay or somewhere, and see if I can, what I can find. But you know, the reason why you can still buy carbon paper at office supply stores is because of the tattoo industry.
Oh, yeah.
And there's also, and I don't know how this works, but I've also seen tattoo related thermal transfer paper. And I'm not sure if you can use that with a thermal typewriter or not. I don't know how it works.
It should. It's the kind of paper they use for the thermal printers for making the patterns. Like they'll print the patterns onto it and then they apply it to the skin. I'm not sure how it's different because I haven't bought any, and I was looking at those printers because it looked like something you could do a pretty high resolution thermal print, from your computer or something, or from a picture. And I just never, it's kind of expensive. And so.
Yeah, that's why I never bought it, because that paper, I don't want to buy 100 sheets of something I can't use.
Yeah. So, I mean, if somebody wants to try it, we could find out, but it sounds intriguing.
Yeah, I don't know if the thermal printing does something to the coating and makes it transfer to your skin easy, and also there's concern about legacy thermal paper has some kind of chemicals in it that are good for you, but I'm assuming tattoo related thermal paper would be safer, right, for contact with skin.
You'd think it'd be regulated. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, so I had a bee flying around the table earlier when I just set up, and I was like, okay, it's not too cold yet. We still have bees flying around here. They're saying, what are you doing out here in the backyard?
I know. All bundled up.
Well, it was a little cool out here in the shade, but it's starting to get warm now. So anyways.
Yeah. I missed the toque episode where I guess everybody was putting toques on.
Oh yeah, that's what I got here. This is my birthday toque. I was cold.
Oh, there Ted has his.
Yeah. So Ethan and I have been walking every day when I visit on Tuesdays because he had a stomach what do you call it, hernia or something, like an operation. So he was laid up for about a month, and he hasn't had a lot of exercise, and his muscles are weak, so he's been starting to do a lot of walking. So last Tuesday we did like a 5-mile walk around his neighborhood, and we walked up to over by the Air Force Base, up by Louisiana and Gibson, and there's a New Mexico Veterans Memorial that I've never been to. And it was really big place. They have like an amphitheater, and they have an indoor museum with a U.S. Navy periscope mounted to inside the museum that you can look out over the landscape. And that was pretty cool. And they told me that when they first installed that periscope, the Air Force Base was concerned that they would be able to use the periscope to look into the Air Force Base, even though they don't really have any say over this because it's not an Air Force property. But I don't know if you know about Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque. There's a lot of secret research being done, laser weapons and all kinds of stuff, nuclear weapons. That was the heart of the nuclear weapons field back in the 60s and 50s. But I thought it was kind of a funny story.
Yeah.
Anyways, they have a memorial for all the people in New Mexico that got killed in all the wars since World War I. So it's kind of a nice place to go, and that was real fun. And then walking through the Southeast Heights, it's kind of an interesting neighborhood. It's what we call the combat zone because there is some sketchy neighborhoods, but it's kind of fun to walk through in the daytime. You know, a lot of different interesting areas. So it's been good getting exercise. I certainly need to do more walking. So that's been fun. And that's about it. I'm just rambling at this point.
We love your rambling, Joe.
Yeah,
Thanks.
you're so good at it.
Yeah.
So one of the things that a company I work for gives me for retirement is I get like a $300 cash gift on a card. I get $500 toward a party, a retirement party. So we're going to do that. And then they give me $1,000 gift of my choosing.
Wow.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get them to take the $1,000 gift and help me buy a laptop computer, probably a MacBook or something.
Yeah.
That, you know, if they'll apply the $1,000 to a bigger purchase.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I'll have a more modern computer that I can actually do OBS on and do multi-camera angles for live streaming and stuff. Because my Mac Mini is about 5 or 6 years old and it's just not powerful enough to do multiple cameras. It kind of slows down too much.
Yeah.
Are you seriously going to ask your company to buy you a Mac?
They're going to buy me whatever I want. Yeah, I can buy anything with that $1,000. One of the other guys last year retired, and he wanted a toolbox from Lowe's hardware store, so they went down with him and got a toolbox for him. You know, and
Just seems kind of sacrilegious, though.
It's not sacrilegious. It's not, because most of my company's revenue comes from the server side, server chips, and anything that connects to the internet helps the server business, right?
Yep, that makes sense.
Right. So
that's funny.
yeah, so there's a giant crane they just put up in the parking lot of the factory. They're retooling our factory for a new process that's called Foveros. And what Foveros is, this is going to be really boring to a lot of people, so I apologize. But the traditional way of making integrated circuits is if you have a new chip design, you have to you have to create these lithography masks for every layer, like hundreds of, let's say 100 layers to make a chip. And every one of these masks is a piece of quartz that has chromium lines, microscopic lines for that layer. And you think of a photographic enlarger, takes a small negative and you project light through it and make a big print. Well, these take a big glass reticle and they shine laser light through it, make a small image on the wafer. And they repeat it on the wafer, right? Each layer. Well, to make a new product, you would have to traditionally create all these new masks. And so the new process we're doing is they're using a thing called chiplets, which is we're going to have a library of little chiplets, and we're building a packaging process that when you have a new product for a customer, you just say, I want 8 cores, I want some memory, I want a graphics chip, and I want a radio, whatever the design is, and then it puts it together on this little package. So it's like a very flexible packaging process that enables you to do a lot newer, more modern, flexible designs without having to make a different set of lithography masks for each one. And you can also mix and match chips that your company builds versus other chips that you buy from other companies. So anyway, they're retooling an older factory building on site, and they got this massive crane you can see it all the way across town almost. It's so
Someone's phone is ringing.
Yeah, I know. I'm just turning the volume down.
Oh, that's yours.
Yeah, that's mine. So this crane is so tall you can see it all the way across town. But they're using it to pick off the old air handlers off the roof of the building and put new air handlers on. So, and I was watching them put this crane together last week, and it was just enormous. It's just amazing. Yeah.
Huh.
But they had to cover part of the parking lot with this giant pad of 4 or 5 foot deep sand that's packed down with like walls. So it's like this level pad that they put this giant crane on that has like tractor, Caterpillar tracks. And I think the bottom of the crane weighs 100 tons or something like that. I mean,
wow,
giant counterweights. And it's one of these cranes that cantilevers over like that, where you can drop something over on a building, a long reach crane. So anyway, that's what's going through my mind right now. Just nothing special. I'm just rambling, but I would encourage you guys, if you have yellow soft leaves now's the time of year, type on the leaves. I've done this before. Do poetry on your leaves.
Yeah.
And then post them to the Facebook groups, put them on your blogs. This is the time of year for leaf typing.
Yeah.
So
excellent.
That's my encouragement to you guys. Anyways, nice seeing everybody as usual.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Diane, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Excellent. Where are all the cats?
Sleeping, I think. That's the best place for them.
Yeah. Anything new with you? Have you been typing anything?
I was just getting ready to do a quote blog entry. I've been
cool.
doing for about the last week. But I haven't gotten that far. It's like I'm in the middle of I have this current blog thing going called the Typing Declutterer. What?
Yeah.
Here's the extent of my decluttering this week. So far, it's like this box was full of paper, and I sorted it into piles like that, meaning it's like the envelopes, and then here's the pile of the big sheets of junk mail. I mean, political junk out the wazoo, and oh, there's one. Oh yes. Here we go. Junk.
Yep.
So it's like, yes, they don't send little itty bitty pieces of paper anymore. They waste a nice big piece of cardstock, and so I sorted them because it's like I was trying to give myself 15 minutes, set a clock on the phone for 15 minutes and just shred, and then I haven't gotten back to the shredding. But I did have a before picture of this box, and the box was like really full. But this is actually my second bag out of the shredder. The first one is out in the garage. So my after will be taking a picture of them all together.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm still making incremental progress on my declutter the garage thing. I try to do a little bit on the weekends if I can, especially if it's nice. But today I won't be able to do that because Mom and I are going to go out to eat with her sister and her family. So eat. Yeah, they call it dinner. I call it afternoon snack because it's like, who eats this early?
Yeah.
Ted is pointing at himself. Yeah, well, I just did that too. I just did that too, Ted, because it's like due to the way things go right now with one of my cats has a feeding tube, and so I have to. She's kind of on a little bit of a schedule. It's going to get a little wonky this afternoon, but due to that and one of the medications I take has me wait an hour before I eat. Well, in the morning, and okay, so I take it in the morning, and then I don't have time to eat before I go running off to church with Mom, and it's like, So by the time I get home, I'm famished. So I don't like it that way. It's like, no, no, no. It's like
I recommend pocket food.
What?
I recommend pocket food.
Well, I'm sure I'd get an elbow on the side if I sat there and ate pocket food in church, you know.
I recommend flak jacket.
I'm complaining it's too hot still. It's like I'm still walking around in shorts and short sleeves, but I'll do that till it actually goes below freezing, you know. Just because I walk into mom's house, she's got the thermostat set at 77, and I'm just like way too warm for me.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's so good to see you, Diane.
Yeah, I'm hoping I have my pile of letters shrinks and then it grows again, but
yeah,
because I got 2 more letters yesterday, but it's always nice to get letters, and
yeah.
I do respond. I actually do stamp them with the date I get them, so at least I know, okay, this has been sitting here for how long.
Yeah,
it's good to hear that Joe's scheduled something in March. So
yeah,
maybe I'll make some plans to come out there and pick up my typewriters from John. I'm sure he'd like to hear he'd like to get rid of my pile of typewriters.
excellent.
Diane, I got your letter.
Oh, that's good. Thanks.
So I'll respond I'll respond in a few days or weeks or months. I don't know.
Did I what?
I said I'll respond in a few weeks, a few days, or maybe it might take me a couple months.
That's fine.
But thank you for writing back, and it was nice to meet you on here.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. I think the next letter in my pile, September 19th.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't actually include a few of the postcards, which go back further than that, but I'm afraid I'm better at letters.
Yeah, Diane is our really old typewriter specialist. She's not really old. The typewriters are really old. Sorry, Diane. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. You want me to show one? You know.
Oh man. Yeah. So it's.
I love to show them off. You know.
Oh yeah, we love seeing them.
We love to see them.
Because I think it's safe to say that most of us are more into the mid-century typewriters, and so it's nice to be able to see those much earlier ones. So we're glad that we have a specialist on board for that. Yeah, definitely.
I keep hitting the wrong damn button.
Are you going to show us the picture?
I am. I really need to upload a new picture of that one, but all right, why is this thing not? I kind of have a love-hate relationship with this Mac. I desperately need a new PC, which I'll just show you the picture that I need to replace. I can't show it as big as I want to. Let's just put it that way.
It's fine.
Huh?
It's fine. You can show it even small, and well, it'll blow it up a little bit. We'll see it.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. Wow.
There we go.
Whew. That
There
looks
we
hefty.
go.
That looks hefty.
Yeah, I think I have better pictures now. Certainly in a better location. I just haven't uploaded them yet because I I guess between trying to get things into Lightroom and then get them over to my cloud. Like I said, I go, most of my photo stuff is on the PC, but right now the Mac is, quote, the more powerful thing, and it can actually read videos. My poor PC, basically Lightroom is telling it needs to upgrade, it needs an update of some driver or other, and my PC is it cannot handle Windows 11, and I don't know what driver it's talking about.
Yeah.
So I just if I can get things onto my cloud, but my cloud is not, my cloud is OneDrive. It's not the iCloud.
Yeah.
Because I can still get to OneDrive on the Mac, but I can't always, I haven't figured out how to get things to work the way that I'm used to working with them. So anyway, it's kind of like Joe, it's a work in progress.
Yeah. Yeah. Excellent. Well, thank you for showing that typewriter. That's always cool to see those. I can't imagine typing with one of those actually, but
well, one of these days I'll have to get off the shelf and actually type with that one.
That would be cool.
I think I still need to tighten the spring a little bit for it to actually type well all the way over to the edge of the paper. I won't say the edge of the platen.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to tighten that spring. It's like I'm afraid of over tightening the spring, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, cool.
Considering that spring is a replaced spring, I got it from another machine, and it's a new old. It's a new old, not new old stock, just a new old spring. It might have been off of an older machine, but it's one of these that well, it works, it's not broken in two places is the short version, because the original spring broke in two places, and if there was one break right in the center, which wouldn't have been so bad, but then about midway through the spring you could see where it had broken again, and it's like, ugh.
Yeah.
So that's certainly no good. Yeah. So what did Sean eventually decide to do with the machine? Looks like you got a Smith.
Yeah, I brought out a green Silent Super, which will probably be about the same green as Joe's 5TE. That's the seafoam color.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which is good. It's a great typewriter.
I got one of those back. Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, there we go. Back there underneath the type. It's underneath the typewriter towel.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, my air freshener fell down. I'm like, what the heck fell? Yeah, that's my problem. I have too much stuff, not enough space. That was not my intention. That's why I'm trying to declutter.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's like this shelf here was meant for all the machines that don't have cases, but it barely fits the Smiths. It will fit them. I need to create space for the electric, because it has no case. I wish it did, but it's one of those that does not have a case. Yeah, I've thought about borrowing a case, but I haven't been able to find. I only have like one or two of those. the cases that, that the electrics are for, or that they'll fit. And guess what? There's typewriters in those cases. So anyway,
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for sharing, Diane.
sure.
Rich looks busy. How are you, Rich?
Oh, I'm good, thanks. Yeah, no real new typewriter news this week, but what was an overly busy September at work seemed to go into October, so I didn't expect that. So just catching up on a bunch of stuff, and we did a gig last night. That was fun. It rained, so our stage was wet, but that had its own challenges. And
yeah.
And one thing I use a typewriter for, I'm typing one now, is I put lyrics for songs that I perform or might have to perform on 4x6 cards. And so what I can do with these is I can take this little bundle with me, and if I tend to forget, lyrics. So I have little cheat cards, and I can practice them wherever I go. If I'm driving somewhere, I can try and memorize the lyrics that way, and it's kind of handy. Just another thing. And
do you know Willie Nelson's trick to remembering lyrics?
No. What's that?
It's marijuana.
Somebody told me something like that once. I was going to take a test in one of the classes I was in, and he said, if you study when you're drunk, all you have to do is be drunk when you take the test, and it'll. I haven't tried that out, but
yeah,
some potential in there, I guess.
Yeah.
But other than that, no other great news. Just keep busy and waiting for retirement date, just like Joe.
Yeah, excellent. That's exciting.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the decompression of time.
Yeah.
Raining.
Yeah. You'll probably feel like you have your life back.
Well, there's so many things I'm interested in, and work away, doggone it. A little thing that pays the bills but takes all my days out.
Yeah.
My wife and daughters went to Tennessee last week for their annual road trip, so I had the dog to myself. So that's just to me, that's another task I'm not used to doing. Kind of added to my workload. But yeah, cute dog, but I don't want to own one. We've had our share. We put 2 down already, and 2 cats down. And when we went to Germany in 2014, we were free of kids, free of pets, and it was really liberating. So we moved back here, and my daughter has a dog, and she's still living with us. So we got her dog too. So
yeah.
But it's fun. It's a cool dog.
Yeah, that's good. Well, it's so good to see you, Rich.
Thank you, Gregory. Thanks for what you do.
Oh, you're welcome.
Nice to see all of you again.
Yeah. I see Ken's chair moving, I think. Oh, there he is. It was his shoulder.
Yeah.
How are you, Ken?
Oh, doing okay. Doing well. I did my first wedding yesterday. Diane and Maya, they've already heard this, but can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
I'm trying May's earpod thing. So it's actually working today.
Take a minute.
So yeah, it was interesting. They didn't have anybody to officiate their wedding, and it was my wife's a wedding coordinator, so I got online and did the thing, but they had some last minute changes. So what I did was I just happened to have an Olympia SM3 and put the let's see, can you see it? Just typed in the things they wanted and a couple other changes, just like where is it? They're like down here.
Yeah.
And it all worked out, and they thought, well, why do you travel with a typewriter? And it's like, well, because of these types of occasions, just you never know when you're going to have a printer and a computer to reprint it.
Yeah.
So I think next time, one of the weddings, they want to do my wife wants to get got a Hermes 3000, and she says the color goes with the wedding. So she's wanting to have cards there with a little stamp of the wedding logo or whatever.
Yeah.
So the people can type stuff. I've heard that done before, so she's wanting to try that.
Yeah.
And and I got the how many people have Travelers? Olympia Travelers?
Oh, I love Travelers.
So I found a fix for one that Diane sent home with me. And if I would have known her computer was on the fritz, we would have spent more time doing that than playing with her Premiere. Yeah, got that going. Let me see if I can share it real quick. Anyway, the ribbon select.
My computer is just ancient, and it just it wasn't. I figure I don't need to bring that up when I'd rather share typewriters with people.
Well, that's true, and that's what I do though. It's IT stuff. So, but yeah, let me know next time, or we can get that. Let's see, where can we get? I don't know if you can see if I'm sharing the right thing or not. Hang on.
It just says Kim has started screen sharing.
Oh, it says what? Oh, it doesn't show it. Oh, there it is.
It takes a second for it to pop up.
Oh, okay. Can you see?
You have to choose the screen now.
Oh,
now
okay.
you have to click on the screen you want to show us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can do that again. Okay. Oh, is it showing up now?
Yes.
Okay. So this.
Enlarge it. Can you full screen in that picture?
Yeah. So this.
Yeah.
Oh, so that little this thing, Gregory, I don't know if you've taken one apart, but there's a little plastic knob that stud that comes out here with a C-clamp on it originally.
Okay.
And that
I can't see it, unfortunately.
Oh, can you guys see it?
I guess my screen sharing just isn't working on my end.
Yeah.
I think it's working
I
for
can
everyone
see
else,
it.
it's not me.
Yeah, I see it fine. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, there's a little plastic stud that goes through that aluminum body with the C-clamp, and this one had broken off. So you could drill a hole in that clamp and this selector, just drill a hole back here because it's solid. Drill a hole back here, and then take a 5mm screw and a tap, and you can tap that body out. Put some 5mm threads in there with a nut, and then just put the bolt through with a nut and put some Loctite on it, and it works pretty well. Put a couple washers on there to keep them from binding, but that's why I didn't understand why something that vulnerable would just have a little stud like that, to where it seems like it'd be very easy to break off. But that's I'm not a German engineer, so I'm not sure why they did that. I'm sure there's some reason.
Cost cutting.
Yeah.
Cost cutting. Oh yeah. That could be. But it worked. And if I can get that screen back to stop sharing, there we go. So that was kind of fun, finding out a way to re-engineer it and get that knocked out. But
I forget which.
Show the whole machine.
What's that?
Show the whole machine.
Sell the whole machine. Oh yeah.
No. Show.
Yeah. And it's actually probably going to be one of the wedding typewriters too, because it's white. And it looks, so that's what it looks like. And you can't see the fix because it's under here, but there's actually enough clearance to where you can put that down, and there's enough clearance for the bolt to go through. So even if you get a little longer one, there's plenty of clearance. I would have probably bought a few more threads and put 2 nuts on it, but I just use Loctite and figure that'll last another 100 years or so. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's great. So
Hey, Gregory, wasn't that one of your grails?
Yes. The specifically the orange and white one.
Orange and white. Oh, I was thinking.
I do have the white with gray trim. It's funny because in pictures it always looks like it has black trim, and then I finally got one, and it's like a dark gray, and I was like, oh well, that's not quite as nice. I think it'd look a little bit sharper if it was actual black trim on it, but still a very nice looking typewriter. But
spray
but
paint.
yeah, the orange and white, that's the one that, yeah. One day. I have the Christmas one, the Santa one, the red with white trim. That one's kind of fun. Yeah.
So there's another company that makes traveler-like typewriters, and I can't remember the name.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, because I confused them with travelers at first.
I wonder how they are. Are they any good?
Well, the one I'm thinking of anyway is actually an Underwood 315 or 318 or something like that, and I think it looks vaguely like a traveler. Yeah, there's some definite differences.
No,
but
that one is a different name. I don't
okay.
know what it was Uni maybe or something. I don't remember.
Oh yeah, Uni actually took over the design. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Uni TBM Deluxe is the and that's actually what my Santa Claus typewriter is, the red and white trim.
So they're newer than the Travelers?
Yes, but it's and Ted may correct me, but I believe it's the same. It's all the same innards and everything. Yeah, so they basically just took it over. It's for Yugoslavia, I believe.
So it's a compatible quality then.
Oh yeah, it's very good, very good.
You can also see that body style with the Hermes rocket internal. It's called Lettera or something. You can also find a Nakajima innards in that particular body style. The Sears Portable One, I think it was called.
Wow.
Okay.
1971. So that kind of boxy ultra portable thing is it's a shell that they used with a lot of different innards.
Okay.
I'm sure the shell itself is different too, but it looks the same.
Yeah, yeah.
Kind of like all the cars now.
Yeah. They're often confused for each other.
Yeah.
I have a quick question, and maybe you can tell me what this piece here that the type bars come up into, but they're not supposed to touch it. What is that called?
The type impact point. I could look it up, but I'm not going to.
Well, I guess the reason I ask is because I have one of my SG1s where the vibrator seems to be hanging up on that piece.
Oh yeah, you formed the type bars to make that happen. Not happen. Does it happen with all type bars or just certain characters?
I don't know. I noticed it when I was typing my last letter on Halloween. I'm typing away and all. It's like the ribbon's hanging up, and it's like, okay, it's still usable because it's it
doesn't happen very often.
Type. I just couldn't see what I was typing. It's like, okay, let's just blind typewrite with an Olympia SG1, not made for that, but okay, whatever.
So the ribbon lip wasn't going back down again?
Not all the time.
Was the type getting stuck in the anvil, I guess, is what it's called.
It was and I'll try and I'm trying to show you with a so it's like it was hanging up on the side here, and sorry. I hit the button that like turns the screen off. So it was literally Maybe that's better. It was literally hanging up like down here.
When you say,
On
what do you mean?
the ribbon vibrator, and I'm trying to show us on a machine that it actually does work. It would hang up about like that, and I could see the bottom. There's like a little piece on. I guess I could just show you on the machine it's doing it on. That'd probably be easier.
Yeah, let's try. Because I'm still confused at how this relates to the type bars getting stuck in the anvil.
No, it's not the type bars getting stuck in the anvil. It's the vibrator.
Oh, okay.
It's the ribbon vibrator.
Okay, I misunderstood.
That's okay.
Oh my God, confused.
Yeah. Anyway, so it's the ribbon vibrator wants to get stuck, and of course now it's not going to do it, but it's like it gets hung up right about here.
Okay.
We fixed it.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I mean, that could be several things. That can be like something obstructing it, like dirt, or have you cleaned it very well?
I did. I just replaced the platen on this machine.
Okay.
I didn't know if it had anything to do with that.
Well, that there could be something when you put it back in. You might have done something that obstructs some of the, like it may be, like when the universal ball kicks the system that raises the ribbon vibrator up, there's a series of linkages that does that. And somewhere in there, they run pretty close to the platen underneath. And if something is hung up in there, it could be buried way inside the machine. So, I mean, I would take the carriage off and see if, there you go. And see if it still hangs up when the carriage isn't on.
Right now, it seems to be totally hung up.
Okay.
That was not happening the other night.
Well, you should be able to flip it around and look inside the system that raises the thing and see if there's anything, if it's touching anything, if any of those levers are obstructed or something. Type on the machine and see what it's doing.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
I need a chair. I actually had to liberate a chair from a Selectric. I have a new use for a my dad's old walker is a Selectric stand with wheels. Okay. So let's see. Yeah, here I should turn the light on, but I'm not going to turn the light on.
Okay, you see
I see things that are moving the way they should, but this is kind of acting like it still wants to hang up.
Okay, is it dirty in there at all, or?
There is some dirt.
Diane, can I suggest you just take the ribbon out of the vibrator?
Oh yeah, it may be that it's stuck in trying to reverse and it can't reverse.
Oh yeah, I think I had that happen once.
Ugh, sorry. I didn't think it was in that cycle right now. Sorry, I didn't mean to like overtake the entire conversation.
Oh,
But we
you did. So,
we take turns doing that, right?
okay, and the ribbon's out. It kind of looks like it's moving now.
Yeah. Is it?
Now this is maybe my spool, maybe my colors are off here because that's showing as red. That's showing as yellow. That's showing as white.
Okay.
And it's blue, which doesn't seem, usually I thought blue.
Isn't white your stencil setting?
It is.
I would think so, but this is on blue right. This is on blue right now. Sorry. It's on blue right now. And it's not really doing anything. But I put it on white and it really doesn't do anything.
It looks like something's jammed in there somewhere in that system. And it's probably, I would look for it when you're in the blue position, because that seems to be the one that's malfunctioning.
Okay, so this is the blue.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. I mean, one of the things we were looking for when we took the spools off was whether the ribbon reverse was jamming up the system. And with the ribbon out, it's obviously not, because the ribbon's not in. But it's
on that system, on the SG1 and that selector for the color, it's a wheel with a cam inside, and there's you have to look at it to see if there's anything bent around the blue, because the red seems to be working, but I can't tell if red is working as it's supposed to be working, or if red is equivalent to blue. When the vibrator raises, it should be, going up, as different heights for the different colors. And if there's something really off for blue, and it's not raising at all, there's something in that selector that maybe it was reassembled wrong, or at one point, and something like that. But I can see that in the past, when you were on red, it does go up and down.
This is blue and shift lock. If that helps.
Blue and shift lock.
Okay, so there is something impinging. The
regular
behind that basket.
The basket, okay.
Yeah, because it's the basket, and it gets rid of that jamming. Then there's something when it's out of shift that's interfering into the ribbon lift mechanism.
Yep.
Oh.
I mean, you pretty much narrowed it down right there. So you're just gonna have to find where it's hitting.
Okay. I guess that means basically taking all the top off, I guess.
No, probably not.
No, that's not what I would do. I would maybe take the cover.
Yeah,
you'll get better access. You'll get better access to your selector if you take the shell, the cover. Yeah. Well, this whole thing is this whole thing comes out.
Yeah.
Well, the sides, and everything comes out really easily.
Well, yeah, I have to unscrew the little thingamajig back here.
There are screws to remove, for sure.
Yeah, I have to unscrew those.
And you open at the back.
I'm sorry?
The back, you'll be able to like split it open, like take it apart like this, and take it out from the front. Like, look at me, look at my hands. If I can mimic it, you'll be able to split from the back and then pull it towards you.
Yeah, I guess my problem is getting this back panel back on is a pain in the what. But I'll give it a shot. Not right this second because
No.
my
no.
mom's going to be picking me up shortly. I guess there's really no way I can troubleshoot it looking down. Just looking down through here with a light, right?
Well, maybe with a flashlight, and if you have you use you already use a piece of wood, or like is that a pencil or something to go in there? So yeah, is that a pencil?
This is just something to help point it out.
Okay. No, but
yeah, I'm not going to use a flimsy paintbrush to do anything. It was more. It had a white tip that I could use as a pointer.
yeah. What I like to use is sometimes a very narrow rod of, like brass or whatever, to go inside things to move them a little bit. IBM Selectrix, there's like a long hook type of tool that is really, really useful for that. But anyway, if I may, right, well, that's good. If I may say, I mean, try to diagnose it like you did, like different settings and what is not working, what seems to be not working for blue, and maybe it's going to be obvious visually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's just a matter of process of elimination.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what I should look at looking at the manual, but as it was Halloween, I was using this machine simply because it was the closest one to the front door, so I could hand out candy. So anyway. So yeah, this would not be what I'm not entirely sure what I would be looking for, to be honest. I'm much better at I'm much better at the older machines, to be honest. Because I mean, I don't see anything that appears. I don't see anything obstructing it, but obviously that doesn't mean there isn't something there.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
Sure. Anyway, that when you have time and less pressure to to do it, it's going to be maybe the best.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm going to go back to looking at the back. I think that might be a little more, maybe perhaps revealing.
Yeah.
I noticed that there is some gunk down there on the bottom of the vibrator.
That could possibly be it.
But I also notice whenever I lift it up, and it does want to hang up. So maybe it is just some gunk down there.
Yeah.
I'll try cleaning that. This is what I have test tube brushes for.
Excellent.
Oh, the joys of being a lab scientist.
I know, huh? Well, while you continue working on that, we'll move forward with the rest of the meeting.
Okay.
But yeah, I think we have you in the right direction anyway. Definitely. Let's see. Ken, was there anything else new with you? I think we left off on you.
Yeah, no, we're good.
Okay.
It's been an education with that SG. What is it, SG? Yeah, that's fun. The only thing, I'm off again to the hardware store to pick up a got a SM9, and this was floating around in the case. So I'm gonna go. It's got one of the two springs it needs. It's on my other SM9. It had two springs hooked on here. It's got one in there and missing another one. So I'm gonna go get a package and find some way to dig. I can snap that in to that little socket, but I need to find something to get that loop and hook it up across so it'll hook on there. So I'm gonna make a trip to the hardware store on the way to the library, and then maybe tonight mess with it. But
yeah, there you
they're
go.
nice machines. It didn't look like it's too much of an operation. Not like Diane's.
Yeah.
It's not going to be that complicated. But I have nothing to complain about. So,
yeah.
anyway, yeah. But yeah, thanks, Greg.
Okay.
Gregory, for hosting.
You're welcome, and it's good seeing you as always. Right, Colby, how are you?
Hey, everybody. I'm doing great. Thank you. It's
excellent.
Nice to be here. It's always fun to hear people talk shop.
I know, huh?
Yeah. I'm hoping Diane's able to resolve that. That's cool. Nothing really new with me, other than I got new platens back for two of my machines. This is the first time I had sent them to JJ. I had actually had them wrapped up, ready to mail out, and it took a while. And then we went on a trip, and finally I got them back on Friday after 3 months of not having them. So it's been great to get back on the machine and test out a new platen. It's such a great feel. I love it. I'm on my Olympia SM3, and I've been, up until I received the platen back on this one and my Royal HH, I've been using a Remington Typewriter, and it's actually really enjoyable to type on. I was typing about a page or two a day, trying as my goal just to type every day. And I really enjoyed using that machine. It was a little tough to switch over, but the new platens have won me over. It's really nice to type on these bouncy machines now.
Yeah, excellent. Does it make a difference in the sound?
It's more of a feel. It's like the difference between, I don't know, tap dancing and racquetball. I don't know. It just has a different touch to it. I could feel that bounce when it hits the page.
Okay.
Or maybe it's just me. I don't know. It's been 3 months after all.
It touches you.
It is a tactile issue. Yeah, I really enjoy with the new platen. I like that tap though. I guess I got used to the old platen having extra paper on it.
Yeah.
But it's been nice to really use this machine.
Excellent. And
other than that, sorry.
Has it made a difference in the impressions?
Yes, I no longer could see through the paper with all the holes. And the first time I loaded it, it's also loading and unloading the paper a lot different. It's really grabs the paper, right?
Yeah.
But I realized I loaded in a paper and didn't have to put a backing paper, and I felt like I was doing it wrong for a moment.
Yeah.
But I actually have one more thing. I totally forgot about this. It's right out of camera. Give me a second.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab it here.
Excellent. Yeah, I like the way my Smith Corona SL480, one of the daisy wheels. I love how that grips the paper when I'm rolling it in. It's just that's it. That's how it should be. You shouldn't have to fight to get the paper in the typewriter.
So I found this online and I just had to have it, and I'd never seen it before. And I think this is down the same avenue as Type Pals. I'm definitely be using it in the house. But this is a 1930s visible mailbox.
Oh.
And it was made to hang on the side of your house. You would attach it down here and right here. And this is where your newspaper would go against the house. But it's just a really beautiful, I don't know if you can catch the design on the actual glass.
Yeah.
But I really like it. It's 100 years old. and in great shape.
Wow.
You put your mail in up here, of course.
Wow.
And then the mailman would come down and pull this latch, and then the mail would slide down and hit against here and just pull it out.
Oh. Wow.
Really, yeah, I really like it.
It's unique.
I was going to say, and you can drink milk out of it, but not if you can open the bottom.
Yeah, I was thinking it'd be cool to make it an aquarium or something.
Yeah, yeah. I've never seen anything like that before. That's very cool.
And say again, where would it be installed, and who would like to have that type of mailbox?
It would be installed on the side of your house.
Side of your house. Okay.
Probably on the side of your house. Maybe you could put it on a pole or something, but it has 3 attach points here and here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then the purpose of it, so you don't have to walk up and open it to see if you got mail. From a distance, you can see if something's been put inside of it.
Oh, I see. See, even like not close to the door, but like some distance from the front door, something like
Yeah,
that.
now that I think about it, yeah, if you put it on your house, you'd think that you'd put it near your door.
Yeah.
I don't
that
think
was
that.
before the drive-by postmen and the cluster boxes.
Yeah, yeah.
When they actually used to walk and you knew your postman or person.
Yeah.
The different era. It was really neat though.
I know in some areas the mailman actually still walks around, and ours is kind of funny. It's it's like a mix, because he drives to the front of your house and then he walks it to the door, because I'd probably most of the houses in our neighborhood have the mailbox on the house. Although I did notice that some of our neighbors are installing one by the street, and they all kind of did it together. So I don't know if I missed the memo that we're supposed to have a mailbox by the street or what, but I feel safer with the mail by the house. But
Generally, yeah, it does seem to be moving the direction. It's much more economical for the post office to deliver in one box for a group of houses than go door to door.
Yeah,
ours is right across the street from our house, so. And our mailman has a habit of blasting 70s rock music as he pulls up. And it annoyed me at first, but then I realized it's like, the ice cream truck.
Yeah.
I know the mail is here. And it's only annoying for like 20 seconds before he's done. But it's been like, it's actually a better sound to hear than the ice cream truck. Like, the mail is here.
Yeah. I would like it just a little bit better if it was 60s music rather than 70s. 60s was better.
Well, it could be a lot worse. You could say that.
That's true. That's true.
At least the music that he plays, I like.
Okay, good. Excellent.
But thanks, and I'm glad to be back, and I'm glad that you're back and feeling better. And
yes,
of course,
better.
It's always nice to see everybody. I don't know if you guys know this. Here's a little random fact about me. I'm not a very people person. Like I get really nervous in front of a lot of people. So it's been great to be in front of people that seem very cool and very kind.
Excellent. I'm actually the same way. It doesn't seem like it, but mostly because I've been making YouTube videos for many years. So I'm quite comfortable in front of the camera. But I'm definitely an introvert. So, and I think a lot of us are actually. So, you're one of us.
I think typewriters are the new cool, I guess.
Yeah,
we're not nerds. No, we're cool.
Well, glad you could join us anyway. It's great.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, introverts unite. Yeah, I love
it. There you go. Typewriter revolution.
Yeah. Let's see. The order has changed on my screen, so it's hard to keep up. I think we haven't spoken with Carlos. He's off camera right now. Daniel, did we talk to you?
Yay, everyone! I've been talking a lot though. I've been talking a lot. I've been trying to type on my typewriter, but I get drawn to the discussion because it's so interesting. So I can't help to jump into like some of those discussions.
No, that's good, definitely.
Yeah, one thing that that is a little bit new is that yesterday we went, for a little day of shopping in it's kind of a attraction or tourist village that is half an hour away from us, and we found a new stationery store there, and it was a lot of fun to go there because I didn't know what to expect. And they had a lot of interesting stuff for pens and inks and paper stationery, and I asked them if they had anything for typewriters. They didn't. But it's a little, that's Paper Folk in Almont, which is half an hour from where we are, and it's kind of new and fun to do that. So I bought my wife for her birthday a wax seal. So it's a solid brass one, like the handle and the seal is solid brass. It's turned and engraved in one billet of brass.
Wow.
And comes with two little wax sticks, and it was very, very nice. It was very nice to find that. So I was quite happy to have, just because we haven't been there maybe in a few months. The last time we were there was last spring. So and I don't remember noticing it then. It's possible that we missed it when we were there last spring. But also it seemed like all fresh and recently done up. So it was really nice to see that. No, it's always good to have that. And I'm still working on my two Selectrics I'm getting near to getting them really working well. The last two technical issues that I have is the corrective ribbon that doesn't work, the corrective function, like everything is mechanically good for backing up the carrier and for typing, but the correcting the ribbon doesn't lift to take the ink out of off the paper.
Yeah.
And I found what the problem is. It seems to be an adjustment. We have to form, like the instructions say, to form a part to just give a little bit more amplitude to a lever that then triggers the left ribbon spool, corrective ribbon spool, to lift up and do that. So once that's done, I think it's going to be pretty close to being good. And I keep trying to see every day if it's gumming up again, because I think from day one I had this impression that it should have been in a bath of solvent in a way. To do that, you have to remove the motor, you have to remove the anything electrical, any rubber rollers, and put it in some kind of bath that also doesn't dissolve the keys and other plastics. So but it's not that hard. I do have a washing solution for clocks that does that. So it's going to dissolve the oil, but it's not going to attack plastics or paint or anything like that. So I have the right stuff, but I was thinking I should really have put it from day one into the bath instead of like putting a little bit of lacquer thinner here and there with a brush and then cleaning.
Yeah, like spot cleaning.
The whole mechanism, every little piece of that mechanism was gummed up. So I think that the way that I've read that maybe is the better way is to actually, put it, submerge it, dunk it into a solution to clean, and then a rinse, and then you have to dry it. You have to have a mechanism with maybe a hair dryer to dry it and remove any humidity before you oil it. And so I'm getting there, but there's little places that are really hard to reach to remove the old oil, and that part is I think it's interposer, I think it's called. It's the balls for interposing. And if all these balls in that tube are gummed up, the keyboard is hard to type, and that was one of the problems. The keys were hard because nothing was moving under the keyboard to allow it to move. But anyway, I'm getting there, and it really hit me that these are Selectric 3s with extended keyboards, so 96 character keyboards. And there's more characters, which I was finding was really good. So more French diacritics than the traditional keyboard layout that you have in Selectrix 1s. But I don't know why, if it was because it was IBM's own choice. They went against some of the other companies' placement of the keys on the keyboard. So the keys for certain diacritics are not exactly the same place. So I'm now trying to figure out if I can change the location of those keys. And I know I can when it's just swapping two keys on the same row. But if you're going to move it to a different row, then the part is all wrong under. Like the mechanism has to be. So one would have to fabricate parts to be able to actuate the right little levers to get the ball to rotate to the right rotation like this, and the right inclination, the right tilt.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit of a tricky thing. So I don't know if I'm going to attack that project. I think I'm going to just get it going, and say, okay, well, when I type, okay, so the acute accent is here, and the grave accent is there, and I need to remember that.
Yeah.
And maybe it's not going to be so hard because I will be able to correct any mistakes immediately. So that's the thing is, okay, if I make a mistake and I notice it,
yeah,
I can probably correct it. Although you never correct it, it never looks 100% correcting. But it's been an interesting intellectual challenge to understand how an IBM Selectric works, because it is a mechanical machine with like an analog way of converting input into a digital function. So it's quite good.
Yeah.
But then yesterday I had an aha moment, and I can't understand. I don't understand how I didn't come up with this before. Is that I could have the same Selectric as Susan or Joe or anybody else. I could have a Selectric 1 like you guys, and just change the ball.
Yeah.
just have the right ball.
Yeah.
And even though the keys would not have the signs on the keys, I memorized them. It's now in my memory. Like, it's muscle memory to type and go directly without looking at the keyboard. So I don't really need those. If I want to type in French, I just need to get the right ball.
Yeah.
And exactly. Let's say the apostrophe and the quotation mark are not going to be the right place from where the English keyboard is, but I know where they are on the French keyboard. So
yeah.
So all this to say that I was looking for, a Selectric 1 with a French Canadian keyboard, but I could actually just get an English keyboard, American type or Canadian English keyboard, and just get the right balls.
Yeah.
and it would work.
Yeah.
Which is different than a type bar machine. On a type bar machine, you need to have the whole package because the keys and the type bars are totally linked. But on a Selectric, hey, even though the keyboard, like the diacritics, are not necessarily that are in place, if you just know where they are, because it's the same keyboard, you just press the key and bang, you have the right diacritic that appears.
Yeah.
So that was a little bit funny. It's like, how come I didn't think about that before? Like, how come, it's, in fact, I was telling in a conversation earlier today with Ivan, how, having the right keyboard is important. For many years, I had, I explained that I brought my own keyboard from home to work, but the keyboard at work, it's not the keyboard itself that was a problem, it's the number of keys that it was. But if you have the exact same number of keys and you just know which ones do what, apart from the letters are all the same. So just, to start with, the letters are the same, the numerals are the same, it's the symbols and the diacritics that aren't the same. So once you've learned that, you can have a Selectric one and have English balls and then French correctors balls, and
there you go.
So I think it's going to simplify things.
Yeah. Colby, you had a comment?
Oh yeah, I had a question. I haven't heard a Selectric, at least not in my adult memory. Was that the sound of one on when you started? Do you have one to your right there?
That's a type bar. That's a type bar Smith Corona to my right.
It's electric.
And it's an electric. It's the model is Electra 120. It's like the other ones that were shown, like what Joe is using. Is Joe still around or he's left?
No.
What he was using and everything. So it's mine is on the Typewriter database. So Smith Corona Electra 120, and I'm the first entry in that database. That's what it looks like. So that's what the type bar that I'm using, because I'm still working on the two Selectrics that I got locally for a really good price because they were gummed up. But if I wanted a Selectric one with the narrow platen like Susan has, I can just buy an English one. So, and then source the balls, the right golf balls, the right type elements. And it's going to work.
Colby, I would recommend that you look at Joe Van Cleve's video for Selectrics. If you go to YouTube and you go to his channel, which is
done already many times.
He has, well, but if Colby wants to see what they or hear what they sound like, that's a good one to look at.
I'll do that. What piqued my interest though is the sound at the beginning of Daniel when he was talking.
We definitely heard a whirring sound. I heard that too.
There's a hum.
Yeah. That's nice. That's nice.
That's my. But the problem here is that the belts are so old that they are formed. They have the shape of a curve that was kind of set for too long, because the machine didn't work for many years when I bought this one, and the belts are not supple anymore, and what you hear is the tensioner is vibrating. Once I change the belts, this little vibration is going to disappear and the sound's going to go down.
Well, you replace the belts, you could probably use it better as a typewriter, but I wouldn't be able to use it as a sleeping machine at that point because it sounds really nice as a sleeping machine.
You can make a recording. I can send you a recording.
Yeah, it's something that you would hear in like a movie in the background. I like it.
Yeah.
It works.
Oh, cool.
Oh, you got it. Yay. Got it fixed.
Well, what I wound up doing, since I basically unscrewed this piece here, it's all one piece, this top section here, and
yes, it is. Yes,
and I moved it forward just a smidge, I put
technical term.
Yeah, I put the carriage back on, and basically I moved it and I saw it, before I I moved it and it's like, oh gee, it's moving. And okay, so that's nothing's hanging it up. So except for this, this little hunk here. So I don't want to move it too much, but it's got to move enough that
just a smidge. If you go any more than a smidge, then it's too much.
yes, but you can see that that's the blue setting. That's the red setting.
Yeah.
And yes, that's the typeface. This is the 17 CPI that you've heard a lot about. And yep,
Tiny one.
it is a tiny one.
So Diana, I went to my to my Olympia and I kind of measured like the vibrator how high was going, and on the blue setting it goes exactly half the height of when it's on the red. So I use a ruler. So if you can compare your two settings with the height of the ribbon, that might help to see if it's back to totally normal. But it looks like it's typing, so maybe it's all good.
Yeah, sounds like it. That's excellent. And it happened right on this very episode.
Good job.
Oh, Greg, that's great. That's really well said. It happened
Diane,
live.
Were you saying that that's a small typeface?
Yeah.
Like a tiny one?
17 characters per inch.
17.
Yeah.
17. Yeah.
I'm jealous. That sounds nice.
I know, right?
But she's talking imperial, but really it's more like
you're muted, Diane.
Millimeter.
Here is the top one, the top line. That's an elite. That's an elite double Gothic. The one below is I think it's a pica. It's a different. There are two different brands. But here's the typeface from this machine here. So you can see this and that, and I don't know if I have any. This is probably from a pica machine. So let's see. So there's the quick brown.
Wow.
I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Yeah. So
what machine are you on again?
This is an Olympia SG1.
So it has half spacing?
Half spacing.
Well, I don't know if it's the technical term. I like with my SM3, it seems to have a different movement on the arm, where if you want, you can just do half space. It does a two space when you do the whole lever, but I experimented with my lines on doing half space. I don't know if that's just an Olympia thing or just the SM3.
Well, no, it's actually a good. It's usually mostly European ones move two spaces per line, and that particular machine has 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5, and 3 selection for spacing. So it's adjustable. So you don't have to count yourself. You just set the machine to what you want, and it'll do it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. The portables also do it, but I don't think they do it on all increments. I think they just do. It does 1, 1.5, and 2 on the portables, but on the standards you can go 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5, and 3.
That's correct.
I've been experimenting manually with a half.
Oh.
seeing how that looks. Yeah, it's very compact. I was thinking maybe it'd look better with a very small typeface like yours.
I don't know. I just use whatever's standard to the machine. I'm not going to try and force it to do something.
Well, it's more along the lines of just hearing the click when you pull the arm and then just moving the whole carriage manually without touching the arm at that point. And it only moves half a line.
So Colby, you're saying yours is not adjustable you don't have a setting?
It does have a setting, but not for a half. It has one, well, it
yeah,
has
I
three
think he-
marks on it, but
Okay, so the middle mark is 1.5.
No,
yeah, I'm
he's
saying a
talking about
half, not
one
a
half.
1.5.
This is one click
Yeah,
on this
two
machine.
clicks would be
Two
one
clicks would be
space.
one space, but that's one manual click, and it's not quite enough to get space between the two lines on this machine.
Got it.
If that
Not
makes
quite
sense.
enough. Yeah, I think the same on mine. I was just experimenting. I was
Yeah.
actually just thinking this morning before joining, I wonder what it'd be like to have a very small font and use that half click.
Yep.
And now I know. Thank you.
Yeah,
And
this
it's interesting because Diane, it does your 17 characters per inch. Is it more than 6 lines per inch when you actually, we're talking about 1 and up to 3, but the smaller the character, the more lines you can fit in an inch vertically. So with Pica, it's 6 lines per inch. But I was wondering if yours, 17, is something like 9 lines. per
Yeah.
inch.
Or is it just really spaced out?
No, I don't think it.
this is normal signal spacing right there. I know it's kind of hard to see because I can't get the that's as close as I can get it because the
Oh yeah, that looks normal.
the return arm is in the way.
Yeah, that definitely looks normal. So that's definitely more than 6 lines per inch.
Yeah, this is the manuscript typeface, which is kind of a misnomer because you're expecting script. But that's what this is called in the Olympia manuals. When you're looking at the various typefaces.
Wow.
I'll look in the Olympia typeface catalog and I'll come back.
Okay. Yeah, that's what they call this 17. They call this manuscript. This particular one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm kind of blown away. Such a big machine and such tiny type. Well, guys, I thank you so much for your assistance, but I think I have to go. I have to go because my mom's going to show up here very shortly, and we're going to be heading off. Yes, it looks funny with my Halloween bin, but that's what belongs there right now because it keeps it away from me. Yes, there we go. There's my yard. It's like full of leaves, and unfortunately, for like Joe said about doing the leaves, well, mine are all pretty crispy at this point.
Oh.
I don't have any that aren't.
Yeah.
No, they help the worms and the bugs.
There you go. Yep.
They always take care of themselves.
Anyway, nice
All right.
everybody.
Good seeing you,
Have a
Diane.
good afternoon, Diane.
Yeah,
Diane.
you too.
I'm glad
Bye.
you got that fixed. Bye.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
All right. Let's see. Daniel, did you have anything else?
No, it's all good. That's the epiphany of yesterday was.
Yeah. Excellent.
Daniel, you were working on a Selectric, and have you seen the Phoenix typewriter? He's got videos on working on Selectrics.
Oh yeah. Without Dwayne Jensen's videos, I wouldn't have been able to understand the manual because the I have the service manuals, but he visually shows how to do it, and that really is helpful for me to read the manual, see him do it, go back to the manual, and say, "Oh, that's what they're talking about." So
he gives confidence.
I agree with that. With his videos and Ted's manuals, I feel like a rock star. It's like I can do anything with those two things.
And he has so many. You think, oh, I'm gonna just type it in, and there you go. He's got like one about like the stuck keyboard, and that was him. That like what he was doing that helped me unstuck the keyboard, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's
amazing
very
resource.
I will say too that one thing that is lovely is the Golf Ball Typewriter Shop Facebook group. If you post on there, he will come on there and answer your questions, and he will give you the link to his video that has to do with that. And I don't repair any of these things, but when I was looking at doing the colored ribbon, redoing my ribbon cartridge, Joe had posted something about how, he had done it. And I said, well, where's the video? Because I need the video. And Dwayne right away posted the link to his video where he showed how he did it with a black ribbon, not a colored ones, but same concept. And said, here's the video, Susan. And because of that, I was able to actually do what I wanted to do. So, I mean, he's really helpful to the whole community. And I'm sure he's just as helpful on the Antique Typewriter page. It's just that he loves Selectrics so much.
Yeah. Excellent.
Yeah. So
I almost forgot to get, I'm trying to get my hands on a lot of Selectric things. And in that lot, which is a 3-hour drive from here, are 3 ribbon cartridges for a 72 model in the original packaging. And the lady doesn't want to ship, and she doesn't want to do anything. So I'm trying to figure out a way to go get those. With the rest of the paraphernalia, there's an original manual, there's type balls, there's other things in that package.
Well, in 2 weeks, I'm having my type in, and we're allowing people to bring things to sell and buy and trade at the type in, as well as obviously we're doing a lot of fun things. But anyway, I finally convinced this one collector that lives in our area that has so many machines and he has so many type elements, Daniel. I said, look, if you have duplicates, you need to bring those type elements to the type in and sell those to people who are looking for them, because you've got all these duplicates that you complain all the time that you have all this stuff. Well, why don't you get some of your money back out and come and sell them to me so that I don't have to buy big lots of type balls and end up with duplicates. So I'm very hopeful that that's going to happen, and I'm going to get some new type elements.
Yeah.
Because I find it difficult to find the ones that I'm looking for, specifically because the pictures on eBay just aren't very clear, and Shop Goodwill, they don't even show any pictures half of the time. They just say they have type elements.
Yeah.
I'm muting myself.
Okay. Yeah, but that's quite a drive though, Daniel. Yeah, so hopefully you would be able to find something else to do there, because I don't know,
that's the point. Yeah, that's the point. It's okay, but it's not so bad of a drive, because I can do a detour and go visit my mom. So
okay.
But the issue is, if she were to commit to hold it for me, it would be easier. But no commitment to hold, and doesn't want me to. I was ready to pay for it and send her money electronically, and no, there's too much fraud and blah blah blah. So it's a bit difficult to deal with that. Well, it's not difficult, but it's anyway
risky.
If she still has them when I'm due to visit in a couple of weeks, I'll go grab them. If not, it wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, that would make more sense, I think. Definitely. Yeah.
Wow. Got to watch out for those type ball fraudsters out there using fake money.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a whole scam about electronic payments where it's disguised as a payment, but they're really withdrawing money from your account. And if you click accept, you're sending them the money. So that has happened. Yeah. And so it was I don't know, what can I say?
Yeah.
I understand people don't want, to risk things, but
yeah,
it's their choice. They're free. It's just I just have to accept it. And if they sell and I don't get them, it's not the end of the world. Life is
exactly.
going to continue, and it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Well, thank you again for being here, Daniel.
Well, thank you, Gregory, and I'm glad you're feeling better.
Yes, thank you. Neil, how are you doing?
Doing well. Well, really good.
Excellent.
I was just listening to Daniel talk about IBMs and their old grease issues, and I couldn't agree more. If to do it over again, if I could remove the electronics, and that thing needs a good soaking in some solution too. There's just so many tiny crevices and little tiny spots that can hide, and a little bit can cause so many problems. Everything has to play nice together, all the pieces, or it. But I say that, but I'm still really having a lot of fun with that machine. I've got it to the point now. I won't get into it here, but it's I'm having an issue I just don't understand with with a couple of the keys that well, I'll start talking about. I won't do that. Maybe I might like to email some photos to you, Daniel, so you can look at the part that I'm talking about. Maybe you can help me figure it out.
Oh, please, yeah, you're welcome to. And I was just thinking, maybe what we have the possibility of having a Zoom on any convenient time, like a few people to talk about electrics, and try to work together on the problem.
It's that would probably be a good idea, to find the time to do it. It's just the temptation is to start talking about it here. I won't do that, but
okay. Email me, please go forward. Go ahead, and we'll try to figure out
to solving the problem. I just can't quite figure out what it is yet. But still, that aside, I'm having just a lot of fun trying to understand them, and every time I figure something out, I'm like, oh my gosh, who thought to engineer this machine? They're incredible. One thing I was thinking about while I'm doing this cleaning is I don't know if maybe it's been talked about before, but again, Dwayne is such a valuable resource, which you guys have already discussed, and every time I have an issue, I go and look at his videos. But I hope people fully appreciate the dangers involved with some of these chemicals that people are using, because oh my gosh, they're extremely, extremely toxic, and you need to make absolutely certain that you have good air circulation and you're not inhaling those fumes. Oh my gosh, that stuff is you may not realize it initially or in the short term, but those can have some really just god awful effects on you if you're not careful with those. Those are some potent chemicals. So anyway, a couple of things. Go ahead, Daniel.
I was just going to say a face mask with the cartridges for chemicals, for those kind of organic chemicals, can be used. I still like your idea that it be done outside, like let's say outside or in a garage with the garage door open and with a fan to ventilate. But also if you're in close contact long enough and you're worried, the kind of face masks that in the automobile industry they use to the guys that repaint, that do body work, wear a face mask, and those face masks with the cartridges for organic volatile compounds are adequate for lacquer thinner and acetone, mineral spirits and stuff like that. So I'm just saying that they're expensive though. They are expensive, but there is something out there to prevent the inhalation of those fumes.
Absolutely.
Always recommend whenever you use any of the chemicals, is you can go online and look up the MSDS.
Oh yeah, of course.
Material safety data sheets. It tells you all about whatever chemical you want to know about, how it needs to be used, what protective gear you need.
Yeah, no, I'm very aware of those. That's a good point, Larry. I just was wondering if everyone is aware of the danger of some, because we talk about them and some people may think that they're benign, and they're definitely a hazard if not used properly with proper ventilation.
Yeah, it's a good warning going into the winter too, where you're no longer able to go outside and do what you need to do.
Yeah,
be in a room with all these chemicals. It's a good public service announcement.
Yeah, there we go. I have a couple of things I was going to show you folks. Diane, I didn't want to hold her. She was getting ready to leave, but she started this a couple of weeks ago. Well, where am I here? It's the
the
letter opener with the
protractor.
Actually,
was that on eBay?
Yeah, this one was. Yeah, they had several of them. This one kind of, I forget what it's called. It's called the.
I wonder if you outbid me. Because someone outbid me on it.
Yeah, this is a chum, executive desk chum, they call it.
Yeah.
It's a Crocodile Dundee letter opener.
Yeah, you want to be careful you don't run with scissors or with one of these. But this one caught my eye because I'm originally from Michigan and grew up about 20 miles north of Detroit, and it has oh boy.
Oh, there you go. Detroit Safety Furnace Pipe Company.
Yeah, I guess any company could buy these and have their information. Probably gave them out as Christmas gifts or something like that, I guess. But, anyway, there were several. I hope that wasn't the one you were bidding on, Gregory.
I think it may have been, because that that imprint looks familiar. It's okay. It went to a good man. So
still in the family, right?
Yes.
Still in the family.
There's a problem though. You guys are bidding against each other. So
yeah, that's right. How much money did you guys spend?
Well, I didn't say anything, but I what was it? Oh, it was a couple, 2 or 3 weeks ago. There was, and I didn't see the follow-up meeting. You probably showed it on one that I missed, but you were, you said you had picked up that little tiny pocket stapler that Sean had on Goodwill.
Yeah.
And I saw the same thing, and I had it on my watch list, and then whatever, I must have fallen asleep or something and missed out. I was going to show you this other thing. I wish Bill was here. He'll probably watch it later. But Bill Guthrie was showing a couple of weeks ago about a packet, a little booklet that he had. This is a newer one. These are all over the place. You've probably seen these before. They were like in the 70s. I think everybody had one of these. Just not a dictionary, but just a word book. For quick spelling words, but the one he had was kind of cool. So I was looking, and I finally found one. This is the Hills Vest Pocket Webster Dictionary, and it's really what's neat about it. And I didn't know this when I purchased it, but it arrived a couple of days ago, and inscribed in the front it says, "To Herbert from Elizabeth, Christmas 1943." And then under that, it says pages 72, 84, and 169. I don't know if you could see that or not.
Okay, yeah.
And when you go to
I love you.
page 72. Very good. That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
Oh,
The
what
words
is
are
it?
underlined. So if you go to this page, the word
That's
I
sweet.
is underlined, and this page, love is underlined, and this page, you is underlined.
Uh,
And
what's-
next Christmas, this will be 80 years old.
Neil, did you get that off of Goodwill?
This one, no, this was off of eBay.
I saw something similar. It would have been funny if that was the same one. That's really romantic. That's great.
Yeah, it was pretty.
Colby, did you bid against that and raise his price?
No, I have the terrible habit of just looking at old books on Goodwill.
Yeah, it's kind of neat to think that something, who was Elizabeth and who was Hubert almost 80 years ago. But yeah. So thanks to Bill Guthrie, I have that one. That's a pretty cool one. And I like this one because it's not leather. I'm not sure what it is. It's pretty durable. It lasted that many years. But it's real quick to pop open. So anyway, those are the two. And I already showed you the Olympia report.
Yes.
That was on Goodwill for $16. I paid for that one. So
wow.
It works beautifully. Of course, it costs that much to have it shipped. Actually, it was $14 to have it shipped. But
Still, it's a bargain.
came in a big, durable, heavy, those heavy plastic cases, and
nice.
Yeah, everything, every feature on it works. Really, really happy with it. So
very cool.
Yeah, that's what's going on here. Other than that, I got my God, Ted, I got your last. I guess it's you claim it's the final in the series but you never know, right? Yeah, but I didn't know it was possible to pack that much information into one envelope. I mean, it's like I saw Susan pulling out the stuff out of her box. It reminded me of that old commercial where the people piled in the Volkswagen, they start getting out. And it was the same thing with his envelope, just a regular envelope, pulling stuff out, and CDs. Oh my God. Yeah, pretty wild.
All of it less than an ounce goes for one stamp.
Yeah, I know. That's incredible.
Yeah. The bargain. Yeah.
Makes me want to go seek out the mini CD stuff, but I got enough I'm involved in now. I can't do it anymore. So for the time being.
Colby, you had something?
Yeah, I just wanted to show something since we're on the same thread. I got this on eBay the other day. It's a postcard. You may have seen this. It shows a scene of a man and a woman. The man obviously doesn't have a typewriter, but the woman does. And at the bottom it says, "Said the boss, my typewritist Miss Wright is quite accurate, rapid and bright, and none could be better at writing a letter. Whatever Miss Wright writes, she writes right."
Wow.
And what's funny is that it was addressed, and the person just simply wrote, "Eh," and it's addressed to Miss Wright, mailed in 1909 to a Miss Martha Wright.
They must have been Canadian.
Eh?
Eh?
That's what my daughter says to me when she's not impressed.
Oh.
I'm wondering. I don't know, but that's my daughter's like, eh.
Well, that usually has an M at the beginning. It's meh.
Yeah. Meh. Oh, excellent. All right. Well, it's so good seeing you, Neil.
Yeah, thank you. Good seeing all you folks. I keep going in and out. I've got this horrible internet connection. You think I live in Siberia or something? They probably have better internet connections.
Oh.
Someday I'll get it resolved.
Yeah. Okay.
Great to see you all.
Yeah.
Great to see you.
Larry, how are you doing?
Hey, Larry.
Fine, thank you.
Just hanging out?
Had to get food after church and went for a walk. Try to make sure I walk enough every day.
Yeah.
If you're not working, you got to keep moving somehow. So you got to.
Oh yeah.
Larry, have a hard time hearing you.
You do?
You move your
Yeah.
microphone forward.
Your audio is a little low.
I'll have to find that. You know, I might have changed that last week on Type Pals. Well, doing something that we're not allowed to do. Let's see where it's at.
Well, my Zoom updated last night and I had to reset my audio.
Oh, that was it. Yeah, that's it. It must have updated.
It did. Mine updated and I had a hard time last night.
Maybe it did. I mean, I don't know if it did automatically or not. Because I've had to update mine before, so maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
well,
better
when mine
than saying
updated, it
it's not
changed
on.
my, microphone and output to the computer instead of what I had it on before. So that might be the same thing that's going on with you with the Zoom update. Possible.
Yeah.
Did this help?
Oh
Yes.
yeah, that's much better.
It's much better.
Okay.
That's much
All
better.
right, I'll leave it right there.
Yeah.
All right.
Nice shirt, Larry.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I made this myself. Yeah.
Yep.
I painted it with a brush. Wow, it looks just like Gregory. You copy him. Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah. I appreciate the support.
What was that?
I appreciate the support.
Oh, well, I appreciate the shirt.
Excellent. Excellent.
And Type Pals all around. And when Daniel was talking about maybe getting the Selectric people working on something or something, I was thinking, since you have that 24/7, that if we scheduled even a maintenance group,
Yeah.
if anybody that was an expert at maintenance was wanting to do that regularly, that'd be cool that you could drop in and say, hey, what about this problem? I got that,
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, but you've got enough monkeys on typewriters, you come up with Shakespeare. So,
Exactly.
just get a big enough crowd.
Yep.
Is that what you call people that follow you, Ted? The monkeys?
Monkeys, yeah.
Your followers?
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
M-U-N-K-I-E-S, monkeys.
MUNKEES.
Yeah.
That is funny. What?
I'm a loyal monkey.
I just bought my second book the other day for my Olympia.
Nice.
Oh, nice shirt.
I did get something new. I forgot. I got furry Willow Creek Typewriter summer camp. So I did get something new.
Did you hear his commercial on the podcast?
Yes. Yeah, I listened to all the ones I missed out on. And
it's so
those were all
good.
great. Yeah, it's so good, Gregory.
What was that, like a couple days? Is that what summer camp was?
I mean, that's kind of a joke. He didn't
Yeah.
really have a typewriter summer camp. He just made like a line of t-shirts and other stickers and stuff with his typewriter summer camp. I mean, it would be a great idea, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We all like to go to that adult summer camp. No kids, just adults.
Wouldn't that be considered a self-fulfilling prophecy to make stickers for something prior to the event being created?
Yeah.
Right.
I say we do it.
You had a month and a half for it to be in 2022.
Yeah. Kind of what Virtual Herman's was in the beginning, except it wasn't in the summer, I don't think. But people camped out, right? They took their RVs and stuff and camped out in Herman's yard.
That's
So
cool.
It's kind of a typewriter camp as well. So we should do that again too somewhere. We'll all come over to Joe's when he retires.
We'll just camp in his yard. Yeah.
Party. Yeah. Camp out in his yard and celebrate.
You'll love
his
that.
retirement.
Yeah.
Climb over his fence.
Oh,
Be in his yard.
Gregory,
Yeah.
is our on the Type Pals page, are our phone numbers on there if we wanted them on there for all the
If you
members?
want to, I suppose you could put them on
Huh.
your bio.
I don't think it asked for the phone number. I mean, I could add it, but I don't know.
Well, it is private for the club, and they wouldn't have to add it. But what I was thinking is if you had a group thread that you could, I mean, you could do it on Facebook if everybody's on Facebook, but with like a cell phone, you can have a group chat. And like if
Yeah.
you say, well, hey, does anybody have a solution to this problem of my typewriter? And let's get on Zoom and discuss it. You could address the group, and they wouldn't have to answer it if they didn't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
I know there's a dozens of different brands of typewriters, but it would be cool to have like an Olympia hour where everyone with Olympia problems can come on, or a Royal issue, or based on Royal 1940s or something where it's like,
That's a
okay, I
good
got a
idea.
typewriter
Yeah.
that has an issue. Maybe someone will talk about it. Speaking of Dwayne, yeah, he posted a video just last week of my same typewriter with a problem that I have. I'm like, this is perfect.
Nice.
Well, if you have somebody that would want to come on Zoom regularly and do that, then that would work well. But I was thinking minus that, you might just have a group chat where you say, hey, let's get on Zoom, and anybody wants to go on, will go on at 8 o'clock tonight or whatever, Eastern time, whatever.
We can always jump onto this meeting, right? On the off hours.
Yeah, that's true. That's what I was talking about, actually.
Yeah.
It's
Well, I
this
think if
meeting on
we,
the off hours,
everybody
but
has
in the
access
chat,
to the
bring it up.
internet, so we could just post it in the event forums or
Yeah.
whatever the forums and say, hey, anybody want to do Olympia Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central, just use the forums, because you're right. Not everybody has Facebook. Not everybody's going to want to give their private phone numbers, but everybody has access to the internet or we wouldn't be here. So we can just use the Type House website in the message boards, whatever you call them, to post things like that. I think
May, I'm using Intertubes right now, so
I like that idea, but will the forum notify me if there's somebody puts something new, or do I have to keep on looking?
No, we need to push. We need to push a notification somehow. Yeah.
Well, just check back every day like I do.
Well,
or you just post a link in the Facebook group.
Sure. Yeah.
People get notified about that.
Then of course we're here once a week, so we can talk about it,
That's true.
as well.
Yeah, like we were helping Diane just a little while ago.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys helped me last time I was on with my Remington bell. That was great. I didn't expect so many people to jump out to help out. It was great.
Yeah, this group is awesome.
Yeah.
I'd love to see somebody show you all the ins and outs. Well, not all of them, but of a selectric, how to adjust things. I mean, that would be very interesting.
Yeah.
Series on YouTube.
Yeah.
Well, I meant on here where you can watch and ask questions. And
You can buy the entire service manual for all of them. I think they're free. Don't you have them on your website, Ted, for download? The
IBM's no.
No, but
okay. Well, I found them somewhere else online.
Facebook
group. It's the Facebook group, the Typewriter Golf Ball Shop Facebook group in the files.
I found
have
the service
all of the manuals,
download.
but there's even more. There's a link to YouTube videos of it's presentations with all the service, the training for the service guys.
Exactly, that's the Ames training tape.
Oh, cool! Yeah.
And
yeah, that's really boring stuff.
I don't know. I watched an hour of one of those 1940s U.S. Navy videos on how to use a machine, and there were moments that blew me away. I'm like, what? That's how you put in paper and get it to go in really fast, like zip it around? I'm like, I had no idea. Love those videos. So yeah, maybe it's designed for someone as boring as me, but I do like those.
Well, Lenore Fenton, she wrote this book with somebody else, with Mr. Dame, and she has a video up there, and she's the one that twirls that platinum knob like you wouldn't believe. She flips a card out of the thing, and she puts a piece of paper and she flips it just right. She just has the right twist. The paper arrives at the right place, like boom, one shot. That lady is something else. So I guess we've been watching the same videos. Eh?
Yeah, that was the scene that I watched. Like I had to rewind it a couple of times. Like, did that really just happen? Is that how it works?
I used to play
CGI back then.
When I was a kid, I used to play the game of life with my sister, and I had this wheel that you had to rotate to get how many spaces you wanted. And I figured out how to count the spaces and turn the wheel so it would go to the number I wanted. And so I kept doing that, and she got mad at me because it's like, that's cheating. You should do this first. I'm like, what? That's not cheating. I'm spinning the wheel like I think you should. I give it a good spin, but you get good at spinning it to where it would land where you want it to land.
I agree. Yeah, that's cheating, Larry.
As long as it goes around more than once, I don't see what the
That's
big
true.
deal is.
That's
Having skill at life is cheating.
yeah.
Lynn, how are you doing?
I'm great. I hopped on because you guys were talking about how noisy Selectrics were. And just want to remind you, I did do an electric video on 3 different electrics. One of them was a Selectric. And
Yes.
I mean, it depends on the shape of the motor probably, but they do have a kind of a thing going on. But that daisy wheel, that was really silent the whole way through. So that was kind of cool to see. I just had not really known about that.
Well, no wonder
But
the noise
yesterday,
doesn't bother you. You have headphones on. How could the noise bother you?
I didn't have these when it did bother me. You're totally correct. Don't get into collecting manual typewriters. Just get noise canceling headphones.
There you go.
But anyway, too late now. I was down in St. Paul yesterday, met up with Katie Federley, who I mention in my videos sometimes. She's been loaning me units because I don't have that many typewriters, I mean, I went to her place and it was like wall-to-wall typewriters. If you need a typewriter, any kind, she has got it. Just tell her what you need. Amazing. But anyway, so I went down there. I had found a old book about a guy who had written about the last days of tall ship, wind sailing. And he had served on one of these boats, and he said, the Panama Canal's in now, and this is something that'll be forgotten unless I write it down. And so he wrote this big book about it. And he wrote it on a Royal flatbed, a Royal 5. So I asked Katie, do you have a Royal 5? And of course she did. And it's a mess. Wow. I mean, I've fixed up one flatbed. It was pretty good. Managed to sell it before I moved, so I don't have it anymore. But so that'll be quite a challenge. And then I also have a plan to do Olympias. I was going to do the SM3, 7, and 9 and talk about Paul Auster, who wrote on the SM9s. He actually wrote a whole book about his typewriter, which I haven't gotten my hands on. Anybody read that?
I was just looking at buying one last night until I saw the price.
I have one.
Yeah, it's like $90 the lowest.
Oh, really?
Yeah, maybe a different book.
Wasn't expensive. I got it in here. I bought it a few years back, but
never read it.
It may be a different book. It has like artwork through it, oil paintings.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I can go get it. I got it.
Yeah, I've been trying to find it through a library, because I don't really want to. But he liked typewriters enough to write a book about it. The thing is, his writing process was to handwrite it with a fountain pen or a pencil. He seemed to like pencil because he could erase. So I don't know. But then I guess he used the typewriter in other ways.
Yeah.
So that's the plan. I didn't have an SM9, so she gave me a beat up old SM9 to use, and that'll be interesting to look at. Oh, the other thing with the flatbed, it didn't have spools, reels for the ribbon. And she had one that was blank, and then she went in the back room. She came out with this thing. It was like in cellophane, like green cellophane, and it was an original spool with a ribbon on it. And I'm like, should I open this? I mean, is this like something that a person does? Oh no, it's from like the 1940s or 20s. I don't know, a flatbed. I don't know.
Yeah, hold on to that one, Larry. It's worth a lot now.
Is it?
Cool.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
filled with
Maximize
oil
Larry's.
paintings.
You can put Larry in.
Make Larry big, make Larry big.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, teeth.
Oh, neat. The artwork and everything.
Yeah,
That is
it's all
super
full art.
Oh my
cool.
goodness.
Wow.
It's the story of his typewriter.
Love it.
Huh. Oh, excellent. Well, I'll
That's
have to
great.
try and get my hands on that before I do the next thing.
Don't all bid at once.
We'll be fighting
No,
each
through,
other now.
look what it says there. Used very good.
Yeah. Through a Google search, it came up on eBay as like $34. So that's not
Oh,
bad,
that's not too
actually.
bad. No, that's not too bad at all.
Yeah.
Everybody go all at once.
Fight against each other.
Again, I was just mentioning this, 20 minutes ago? Again, we're talking about something that I was just looking up last night. I love this
Yeah.
group. This is great.
Oh, the best thing about this is even I can read it because it's mostly pictures.
Yeah.
It's large font.
Oh.
Yeah.
But I was going to just say to Colby, maybe he's prescient.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Well, I didn't play the lottery. Maybe I should.
Yeah.
You don't see me here next week. My wife bought 2 tickets, so maybe we'll be billionaires or whatever.
Secretariat.
Well,
So anyway, when you
oh
when
yeah,
you
go
have
ahead. I'm sorry.
those like ribbon spools in old cellophane, do you just open them up and start using them? I mean, is that the thing?
Yep.
Yep.
I would.
Okay.
You
Stick
might
them in the
have to
machine.
revive them a little with WD-40 because I did do that on one of mine. It was brand new, probably from the 50s, 60s. It was a little dry, but I did the WD-40 trick that I learned from Monk, and now it works fine. So
Doesn't that get in the typewriter?
Huh?
You just get WD-40 in the typewriter like that?
oh no, on the ribbon. You unspool
Right.
the ribbon, you lay it all out, you kind of spread it in a cardboard box and just lightly mist it. Ted's got a whole blog article about it. And that's where I learned it from. Lightly
Does
mist
that
it
work
with
on color
WD-40.
ribbons? Like if it's red and black, does
Yep.
it mess? Does it bleed over?
Yeah.
Yep.
No.
I've done it on blue ribbons and
Yeah.
Okay.
I did it
Purple
on
ribbon.
4-color ribbon. It worked great.
Yep.
Yeah.
And especially on old ribbons where the ink is oil based, not on the newer ribbons where the ink is not oil based.
Glycerin based, maybe. I don't know. That's a
I know
good
they use a
chemistry
chemical down the
research
middle.
thing we need to do.
That's Diane.
I spread some on my fishing lures when I was salmon fishing, and it worked great. I think there's fish oil in it, isn't there?
I don't know.
WD-40?
It's a formula secret. You know?
Could be.
Neil and Daniel, I was going to jokingly suggest earlier, you should just dunk your machine into WD-40 to clean it, right?
Oh, no.
Take out all the electronics and just give it a good WD-40 bath, right?
Now, if
No.
you read on the Underwoods, the old Underwoods, 1920 Underwood, they used to, their company used to tell you to mix some like a couple tablespoons of oil and a gallon of gasoline and dump the whole typewriter in it and agiate it and clean it.
Wow.
Well, Singer manual for the old sewing machines, their recipe was kerosene for anytime a sewing machine was in for service, it would get partly disassembled and then dunked into a kerosene to remove the old oil, and then re-oil it all and re-grease it all. So, that's how they used to do it.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying typewriters might be a little bit different because we have keys and
Plastic, rubber.
plastic. Those Singer sewing machines, what you dunk was basically cast iron, aluminum, and steel. So
Yeah.
it wasn't anything there too.
And kerosene won't hurt a lot of plastics. I would
True.
check it out, but
True. It's true. Yeah.
Lynn, I wanted to ask you, you were talking about sailing ships that somebody was writing about. Did they put the Coast Guard sailing ship in there? The Coast Guard Academy is a 3-masted schooner that they got after World War II as a prize because Hitler had bought it for his private yacht and we beat Hitler. So the Coast Guard inherited it and it was kind of thumbing their nose at them, but now, and it's not well advertised for sure, but maybe it is now. But anyway, so I'm just saying the Coast Guard's been using it to train cadets ever since World War II, and it's like new, and it's a beautiful. It's the only one out there that's like that.
Wow. Yeah. Well, they have sailing ships that come up Lake Superior for summer festival and stuff, but he was, I think this was published in 1912, something like that. So I mean, then that's why he was using a Royal flatbed, because it was,
well, it might have been in
turn
there,
of
but
the
it didn't
century.
belong to the Coast Guard yet.
Yeah, this is more his daily life on a ship and what he had to do.
Okay.
I guess my ears perked up when I heard sailing ships. I'm like, oh. On that ship.
Yeah.
Excellent. Let's see. We're just about to wrap up, but I did see Carlos came back in. Carlos, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I've been jumping in and out. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
okay?
yeah. How's it going?
Doing well. No new typewriters or anything. Also, I've been getting back into fountain pens, so I've been writing with those. They're a little easier to get out than sometimes getting a typewriter.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Not to mention easier to store as well.
Yeah, also easier to collect.
Yeah. I have my whole fountain pen collection, which is fairly sizable, in the space of less than one typewriter. So, and it's a lot of pens. So, yeah, that's pretty crazy. Well, I'm glad you were able to get back on. Before we do wrap up, I want to mention again the typing prompt. Did anyone have it? May or?
I do. It ended up being kind of long, but I'll try to read it really fast.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. And my new stationery.
Nice.
Here we are once again having fun talking top with our typewriter pens. It's a Smith Corona day apparently, which makes me giddy because they are some of my favorites to type upon. Especially this one, my first electric machine, the SEM Electric 220, with the less common Regency type style. I only had 4 manual machines before I discovered this one, and it totally rocked my typewriter world. So thank you, Smith Corona, for engineering fantastic machines. Your early electric models are amazing. They all have the aesthetics of a manual typewriter's look on paper, while being much easier to type upon. Thank you for putting the apostrophe and quote characters at our left or right pinky. Thank you. Hold on. Sorry. It was such a great idea that all the English computer keyboards followed your lead. Thank you for continuing to invent new typewriter technology. I even like your Corona-matic cartridge models. They prevent inky fingers. My very first grown-up typewriter was your 1990 electronic grade Wedge, and I don't remember the exact model because unfortunately I donated it to Goodwill once personal computers and the internet began to dominate the world. I do appreciate what you did for me though back in the day. Working on my college essays at home saved me a lot of time from having to go back and forth to the writing room, the typewriter lab in the library. You guys remember those typewriter labs? So out of the 50 plus machines currently in my collection, various Smith Corona models dominate my numbers. Thank you for pumping millions upon millions of them into my part of the world so that I can now enjoy the many that still live on and are typing strong today. I'm now a better writer because of your machines. And I also know how to properly spell stationery today. Appreciation in May.
Excellent.
My first electric started the whole madness. This one right here.
Excellent. That's awesome. Thank you, May.
You're welcome. Thank you for having us. It's
Yeah.
fun. Giving us a reason to type.
Yeah, yeah.
Another reason to type. There are many reasons to type. This is definitely a fun one.
Excellent.
Everybody remembers their first machine.
Yeah. Well,
Yep,
I have my first toy typewriter still, but my first grown-up machine is long gone.
Oh,
yeah.
nobody has it.
That's okay. It's okay. I didn't miss it for 25 years, so I mean,
Oh.
and I can still get another one now if I wanted to, right?
You might end up with the same one if you're lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I played with my mom's typewriters. My brother, when I have a brother that was 6 years older that we shared a room, and when he left, and my other older brother was already gone, and he had a portable, I don't remember what kind it was, and the carriage was off of it, and I never could fix that. And then I never had a typewriter. I took typing in school, but it flunked out. And then I never had one until the 90s, and I got one at a thrift store, and it's a 1958 Royal Aristocrat, and that was my first one. I still have that. But
Wow.
it was my and I didn't know it was a 58. I didn't even know it was my birthday's typewriter until Facebook's back in like 2009 when I found the group or something, whenever that was, and found out there's a serial number and you can look it up. Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks to monkeys.
Yeah, I had the exact same story, except I had to find it out for myself.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. How did you
built
do
it,
it?
right?
Did you research it on the web, or did you just know
Well,
people that
it all started. There was a typewriter database before. It was written by a guy in Germany, but he had died, and like the site was going away, and it wasn't all that accurate anyway. And when I started getting into typewriters, I live right next to a typewriter repair shop. He's down the street, but
Bills.
and he had Bill's. And over the years, him and I have gotten into a friendship where I can go back into his back room and just paw through all of his paperwork and, just read everything that's there. And I found these lists, these NAMDA lists that had more complete serial number data, and it was looking more accurate when it was compared to like ads and stuff. And so I tried to write to the guy in Germany, and of course he died, so he never replied to me. And eventually I got to where I was, I can just make my own website and put these new numbers in, update the stuff that he has, and just keep doing that. And that's how that all started is, I wanted to find out what my 1948 Royal Quiet Deluxe, what its actual year was. And, so I started researching it in the place where I had that actually had information. And then, over the years, I've gotten tons and tons of more of these date books from other collectors and from sales on eBay. And so I've been steadily updating it. And then nowadays, the actual typewriters in the database itself are a good source for figuring out dates, because you can see patterns in those dates where, we're figuring out a lot of date codes now. Just because we have so many typewriters to look at, we can see the patterns of the date codes in those typewriters. And so one thing is fed into another, and the project kind of feeds into itself to get more information. So that's kind of what it's all about.
Ed, I got a question for you. Would you consider taking, and here's what I'm getting at is my mom, for years before she died, she had all our family tree, all our genealogy. And I took her program and made it all into HTML files and just uploaded to this huge website, and it's got thousands and thousands of people on it. And I've also taken those HTML files and just put them on a data DVD. Would you consider selling a DVD with a date on it? So the date would be up to now, this is what I've got. And then it would be around. And then if you quit paying for your website someday, somebody won't have it in the future. But if you put a bunch of DVDs out there, somebody can cobble it back together again too.
Well, I have always kind of resisted doing so because we're still building new pages all the time. So it's difficult.
Right.
We could come out with an annual DVD.
Yeah.
But who has DVD.
Oh, but all you do is you stick it in your computer and you can have all these files on your computer. Then you could just open a browser.
Yeah, see, you have an old computer with a DVD player. Ask how many people in this.
Well, you could put it on thumb drive, but the files are the same, and you could use a browser to open them and view all them exactly like they're on your website.
Yeah, we could do that. I still want to get some more updates in.
Well, I don't blame you, but it's never
going to have to do the whole Seiko Royal stuff, and
it's never going to be finished. And I don't want it to be finished if you die, even if I'm dead. You know what I'm saying? I want it to go on, and
Well, there's the archive, internetarchive.org. I mean, we wouldn't be able
it's all archived there.
We wouldn't be able to have membership and stuff, but we'd at least be able to look at the information in the typewriters and stuff.
It would be
okay.
Larry, what you need to do is Google Wayback Machine.
Yeah.
Okay,
here's one.
Now I got a question. How is it archived? Because like my mom's, I pay for that to be up there all the time. And if I die, my mom's genealogy is going to be gone because I'm the one that pays for the web space. So you mean yours is in a place? How does it get to another place? Will my mom's go archived where I don't have to worry about it anymore?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Internet Archive is an open source project that basically buys tons and tons of drive space, and they copy snapshots of things on the internet.
Almost the whole internet.
If you have a website that's been up for a long time, it's very likely that it's been snapshotted, 20, 30 times by the Internet Archive.
Yeah, I mean, I have a program for the Mac. It's just called Site Sucker, and it'll suck all the HTML files off of your site if I want them. I mean, I can
don't do that. That's a lot of typewriters.
No, I know it is. I've used it for big databases, but
that's another problem with a DVD. What you talking about?
It would take so many.
Yeah, I started doing that early on, but then very quickly the number of photographs of typewriters in the database right now, I think it's something like 40 gigabytes.
Oh, yeah.
Just for the image files for the typewriters that are in the database. It's just too big for a DVD.
Yeah. Thumb drives will handle it easily though.
Well, you just if you're talking about 40 gigabytes worth of image files, you have to get a 64 gigabyte drive.
Right, and
those are
high speed drives. Yeah. I get a bunch of thumb drives. They're high speed. But I'm a data person. I got tons of old hard drives, DVD, all kinds of.
Yeah.
I save everything. I don't know why.
And also it's in a programming language with the database behind it, so it's not like you can copy that stuff to a. I mean, you can scrape it to get the HTML,
right?
But
it wouldn't work anymore as far as it's usable. But it would be you could.
Yeah, it's not getting the site itself to the because I mean, it'd have to be able to run a web server and PHP and
I ought to feel guilty because I haven't even joined your database, but I've used it as much as anybody.
Yeah, why am I even talking to you? Jeez.
So I need to do that. I'm sorry. I just realized, oh yeah, by the way, I need to do that. I need to put mine on there too. Really, I got them all on my notepad on my phone. That's my database for my typewriter.
Do your part.
Your part. Yeah, the more the merrier, the more we learn.
I need to.
And we've reached 17,000, right?
Over 17,000. Yeah, we passed 17,000 last week. So.
Wow.
Yeah, getting bigger and bigger.
So that's an awful lot of typewriters.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. All right.
I finally put the rest of my collection up recently. That's
good.
What pushed you over?
Excellent.
Yeah, I can actually see what it's been doing lately. So
maybe I could do one typewriter a month or something. I don't know.
I thought you were the data guy. Come on, you can.
I am collecting data. Oh, yes, I do. But as far as like taking pictures and going to a website and adding stuff on, I just have it. That takes time, and I just seem to use all my time. I mean, I know I just spent, an hour out walking before this. I know I did that, but I need to do that. And
Oh,
so
yeah.
it's one of my priorities. So, but still, I actually need to make that. I need to make writing type pals a priority too, because I haven't done that and I feel bad about it. But anyway, I need to do more. I know. But anyway, but if I
do a
don't make
lot,
myself
Larry.
feel a little guilty, I'll never do it. So here I am. I'm trying.
And you write typewriter
Yeah.
songs
Guilty.
too, Larry, so it's okay. We forgive you for
There's a
your
brand new
typewriter
user
songs.
named Teresa who just uploaded 2 5TEs and 3 other machines. She's done her part. You can't do your part.
So what were you saying, Matt? Should I write a song about Ted Monk's database? Maybe I should do that.
Yeah,
What
typewriter
were you
database
saying?
theme song.
Hey,
Oh, I
hey,
was
the
just saying that
were the monkeys.
you can you contribute by doing other stuff. We don't have to do it all the time.
I see.
Yes,
Oh, well, I appreciate that. But I do like the idea, especially the monkeys. That is great. Except the only problem is nobody will know. But so
No, we'll spread it. We'll have like stickers. We'll have to have monkey stickers when you join.
Typewriters on them.
If you send me the sound file, I will add it to episode 8 of my correspondence, the compilation CD of TCL musicians.
Oh,
Hey, we're the monkeys.
I'm gonna put Gregory's song and May's song.
Nice.
Bill Guthrie's song.
I heard that one.
Larry Presnell's song. Could be Rich's song.
Yeah.
I know he's a musician.
Yep.
Write something. We'll collaborate.
Yeah.
Well, I got 25 minutes to fill up.
Oh.
So I can select from the best of all my submissions.
Most songs are about 3 minutes, and even under 3 minutes if it's just a parody or something. But most songs are about 3. You can run them 4.5. Most songs aren't over that unless it's Bird or something like that.
I don't think I have written any songs that are 3 minutes. They're all like 4 to 5 to 6.
Really? Oh, well, they folk songs?
No, I'm more into progressive rock.
Oh, I don't even know what that is. Is
Progressive
that
rock would be longer, yeah.
I don't know what progressive rock is, so it's got a lot of long lead or solos.
Right.
I mean,
You from you're my age, like Yes or Pink Floyd. That's all progressive rock.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was classic rock.
It is. That now it's classic. It wasn't classic then.
It was progressive then, and now it's classic. And I tried to W a tape, and then I found out my fast forward and rewind are I need to take this apart and change the belt.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not fast forwarding and rewinding, but it will play. So maybe I can just put it digital, just play it and record it digital. But this is like a tape, some music I made in the early 90s. When I listen to it now, I cringe, but I think Ted will still appreciate it.
I got plenty of that. Yes.
Yeah, eventually I will get this fixed or figure out how to dub it over so I can send it to you.
I could try and put a drum track to that for you, May.
Yeah, with typewriters.
Or and a bell, for the cymbals.
Now
I think that'll require another Zoom meeting, maybe at 8 o'clock tonight.
What doesn't work in that? The cassette part or what?
The fast forward and rewind.
Okay.
I haven't taken it apart, but I believe it's the belts are kind of the rubber belts, so they're probably all crusty. Like
I have a solution. Buy in Walmart's got a section with some really old adapters and stuff. Our Walmart does, but you might find an old cassette adapter that has a cord with an 1/8" plug that you can plug into whatever DVD player, whatever, and you could record onto something else with that, but with the cassette adapter, because as long as the record head works still.
The play and record work just fine. It's just fast forward and rewind. So I actually use my power drill to rewind the tape back. You know how we used to stick pencils in there? So I put a pencil on my power drill or a hand drill, and I'm manually rewinding and fast forwarding the tape. It's kind of a pain in the butt. So yeah, I need to fix it.
I'm guessing an adapter would work. It would work for the audio because that's what it's for. But I don't for recording. I'm not positive, but it may record right. I don't know, man. It might not.
Oh, I'll fix it.
Be
I'll fix
interesting.
it. It'll just take time. You know,
Yeah.
they're all fixable. Anything's fixable with uh, the right amount of time.
Yeah.
It's fun too. The typewriters have made me bust out my cassette tapes again.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we're gonna end here. We're 18 minutes over. So
Thank you, Gregory.
yes, but thank you everyone.
Appreciate it. Yeah,
So much fun. And
course.
we'll see you again next week.
definitely. Happy typing.
Yes.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye-bye.
Great. I hope.
Yes. Bye-bye.